Good morning. My name is Monty from Montana, strong, sober mind that likes to help people. I have accepted the Redeemer, Lord and Savior into my heart, and I currently understand his name to be Yeshua. My spiritual name is Nephi John, and my spiritual calling is truth from darkness. Waste and wear out my life to seek truth in all things. As we continue this masterclass in the legend of Nephi, you're going to kind of notice a pattern. One, there's going to be a conversation that follows from the previous lecture, and then there's going to be an introduction of a new idea or concept. So you could look at this map and look at the purple areas, and I would just say, yep, I can name all those purple areas. Very likely pockets of the people of Nephi in the land southward. And then you're saying, well, what is this about? What is the purple? And if you go over to Africa, I'm not saying Nephi was in Africa, but that could have been possible. There should have been a green or purple dot right here. So in our upbringing and our education, we call this the classic papyri, which is a type of bulrush, a type of plant. And it seems to be in all of the tropical Africa. It is in the Nile, which is not necessarily a tropical area. And then Mr. Johnny Appleseed, aka the Legend of Nephi, brought a bunch of seeds with him. Wouldn't this be an indicator that he lived there? At some point his peoples lived there. It's interesting that that's there. And some of it's to do with temperature. I was doing some research in a completely different topic and stumbled across this when I was working on today's basic idea. And that basic idea is Egyptian language and the double or compound importance. So you have a marker that there's some Egyptian language if you see this. The repetition of a word. And it could be a single syllable word. So let's look at this. Titicaca. I have Titi, which is T twice, repeated, and Kaka. And I originally had a belief that because in Guarani, Ka means small mountain or hill, like the hillsides, that somehow the Hebrew word har could have been the other H, which would have been har or kar, and then the R was dropped and it became ka. And some of you are like, you're just making up all these evolutions that are possible. Well, if you read linguistics and how they try to connect languages and build family trees, they do this all the time. This is how you build relationships. This double statement of the same word is clearly a marker of the Egyptian language. By the time the Masoretes get around to writing their Bible, it seems like that is lost. There's not a lot of hints at that. But as I review, you're going to notice there's a lot of serendipity about what I was thinking about and then what I left as questions and then what I was able to review. But next time I think we're going to have the Dora topic where maps are important and swipers stop swiping. I can't see a connection there, but the importance of overlaying maps of seemingly unrelated things, but they're very related. Do we have evidence that Nephi collected seeds. He said he did. Can the bulrush grow from a seed? Yes, it can. Should we not examine all of this information? So this is just one data point that can be fully flushed out. Now, scientists aren't going to like this because even though some guy figured out the shape of this continent seems to be the inverse of this continent, like somehow they were a supercontinent or the old continent, they don't want that. They don't want transoceanic travel because all of their categorizations, which is a human input on species and how species evolved and moved, they don't want the modern thing of, oh, if I want a persimmon tree and it comes from Central Asia or Tokyo, I can plant one in my backyard as long as the zone is appropriate temperature-wise in America. Because if I went back to the archaeology, I'm like, what is a persimmon tree doing in America? So the scientists don't like this because it basically blows up their entire frameworks. So if you don't know what ResearchGate is, this is a very useful tool. So I looked for the family name of the bulrush a few classifications up because I didn't want to, they always classify by continent. So they're going to argue that these are unrelated parents, that some gardener, some Johnny Appleseed did not come over here and plant this. And what's interesting to me is they don't have the Egyptian papyrus as an option. So this is what I looked for. Amazonian map. That's how I found it. And this is all based on the Titicaca thing. So it's pretty interesting. I ran across Uros. I'm like, what is Uros? Amanti reminds me a little bit of Amantani. Reminds me a little bit of Amanadi, but I also can see Manti or Manti in there. So I had no idea what this Los Uros was, but this triggers me because this is an Egyptian word. And how is it that you have Los Uros as floating islands in the lake, man-made islands made out of bulrush, in Lake Titicaca, when Uruguay is in a very different part of the map? And that may have updated my understanding of Uruguay. Uru, based on what we talked about last time, may have been an important word connected to the birth of Jacob. And if that's the case, para may have been a word connected to Joseph. And we're obviously needing to think about what were their inheritances. They had to divide up the land. They had to have divided up the land with the other sons of Ishmael. And to what degree did they divide them up? So if they had limited understanding of the geography, they don't see the world from Google Earth. They see the world based on, river turns. And so maybe the land was originally divided just based on what they had originally seen. But there are labels for the land. There's a reason there's a river called Uruguay and a separate river called Paraguay. So anyway, this was the thread for today, and it's going to lead us into different places. But I was looking for the meanings, and it seems like star is one of the meanings of one of these two words. So I think Kaka means star or stars. So imagine you're in this highland region, so you have to climb up to Lake Titicaca. And this is why I originally had the mountain. It's like a mountain squared, and there's a lake up there. But obviously there's no light pollution. You're up high. You're going to have access to the stars. And so we'll get into that at some point. So that was where that was going. So I kind of want to just do a review of some of the stuff I was swimming through. So the Strong's Concordance, we talked about that. The Budge Egyptian Dictionary. Like, I have versions of the dictionary that I like. I like the version that shows the, so when you OCR this, you can remove this yellow color. But this looks more like what the book would look like at the library. GitHub, I'm putting this stuff up there. This is where I sourced the Egyptian dictionary originally. So I didn't use archive.org for it. Sometimes archive.org, I still don't think I've found the best Guarani dictionary that's a side-by-side, but maybe I have. And Isaiah 41:2, lowly worm, I am the Lord, your Holy One of Israel. Tear your enemies apart, making chaff of mountains. You will toss them into the air. So Nephi is told to go up to an old nation and to bully the bullies. And this is going to be important to understand. He's arriving with superior naval capabilities, the ability to build and move by boat. He arrives with superior weapon technology. He knows how to operate a bow and arrow quite well. He has a sword of steel in a time where only the elite in the entire world have access to such swords. And he knows how to make those swords, but he also knows how to turn swords into plowshares, which is likely how the earth, dirt, water dilemma he has in 1 Nephi 17 turns into the ability to quickly make raised platform earthworks, which is useful when you're going to a place where there's flooding all the time. When the poor and the needy search for water and there is none. Obviously this is a different, not the King James translation. So would Nephi have been thirsty in the desert? I'm pretty sure. And so God says that during your trip through Arabia, I will make sure you have water. And then it says, I will plant trees in the barren desert. And it lists some of the trees. And I would add bulrush, which isn't a tree or a plant here. And I would add the hollyberry, which is yerba mate. It's in North America. It's possibly tied to kava kava in Tonga. So where he lands is called a barren desert. And I'm going to eventually argue that the fluvial river lands of what we call the Amazon are horrible places to try to grow crops. And there's a scripture in Isaiah about how you plant a crop and your vineyard normally gives you 100 bath or something, but this vineyard only gives you 2 bath. It's going to be hard going at the beginning. But the innovation of God is amazing, and he'll find ways to fertilize that land, and then he'll find better lands. Obviously that would be the goal, is you arrive at a place where these people live. You're not going to force them to move. That's very estadounidense. Force people onto reservations and move them out of their lands and force them to move. That's not the way of God. So what would God do? God would say, okay, these people live in this really interesting place with soils that have a high pH or low pH, whatever, probably a high pH. It's very difficult to grow crops. Let's raise the earth, build elevated gardens. They can grow crops. Let's play Johnny Appleseed and plant date palms everywhere, plant bulrushes everywhere. So what we're doing is we're planting seeds, and then obviously some of these local tribes would need additional goods and services that they can't provide for themselves. But first of all, they're now providing for themselves in a way they've never had before, because now their gardens are raised. But now they have all this free date palm fruit and everything in the forest, because all these trees have been planted, and it's been given to them for free. And the people giving it to them for free have these swords, have these ships, and if any other enemy comes and tries to steal my daughters and take them away, these people protect me. And then they want to talk to me about their God. Of course I'll listen. Right? So I was saved telestially and terrestrially, so it's so much easier to listen and be saved celestially. So if you read Isaiah, it also talks about going to a land where gold has no value, which suggests that they probably took some gold with them. Laban stole their gold. Under Jewish law, what would be your retribution? You could steal it back, and you would get a double portion. So if you went into Laban and said, hey, we have all this gold, and he's the keeper of the treasury, he would go and put it in a safe place, because that would be his responsibility under Jewish law. He would show you where he put it, so then you could get a sense of what the treasury was, because later you're going to rob the man, do the Italian job in Jerusalem. You're scoping out the place. And this is why the legend of Nephi is so important, as we kind of tie together some of the other things that I was walking through and learning. So I have no idea why this one was up, and I have no idea why I chose that Bible at that moment. Wilderness, the ocean is a wilderness. That changes how you read your so-called geographies. This is my best edition of the earliest known components of the Hebrew. Hebrew is a broken language. There's only 22 letters here. It has some reference to vowels through the yod and the aleph, which tells you it probably was not a language without vowels initially. There's probably 30 or 40. Either one would align with Jewish tradition. There's 30 days in a month, a month, and the concept of 40 is pretty ingrained, so that they had 30 or 40 letters in their original alphabet would make sense. And when I say alphabet, the purpose of an alphabet is to map a symbol to a sound. So in English, when we say chalk, we say CH for chalk, which is a single sound. It should be a single character. The best language that gets close to that is the Russian language. So they have a single character for the ch sound. They have a separate character for the h sound, хорошо. They have a separate symbol for the zh sound and a separate symbol for the sh sound. And as we talk about today's Titicaca, imagine I had a word and I wanted to say it twice. I could easily visualize that in written form by writing it once horizontally, once vertically, which is half of a square. That some of these, why do I have multiple k sounds that are different symbols? Just tells you the language was broken. S is all over the place. My belief is that sh, S, tied to the breast makes tremendous sense. And then this group wanted to say the symbol that looks like a cross, the plus sign, means a male goat. But if you go to the other alphabet options he offers on his website, there's others that say differently. So the importance of a spiritual name, the naming of something, people say that's Hebraic, but that could be more ancient. Where did Abraham go to get an education? He went to Egypt. Many of the Abrahamic religions want to say he went to Egypt and he taught them about the stars. Okay. If that's what you want to believe. Where did Joseph go to get an education? He went to Egypt. Where did Jesus spend his first years of his life? He went to Egypt. There is a pattern here. So let me run through some of this. So this was the Jeremiah scripture that seems to say one group is going to go to the Mediterranean and the other group is going to go south to the lands of Ishmael, to Arabia. The Ark of the Covenant, I don't know that I'm going to actually get into that. Oh, this one's the Maya thing.
With no place count for Judah. What's the good Martinez-Thompson mathematic model?
So this is mansplaining at its best. This is what, I don't know if I have a term for it, but this is like academic explaining, because the one explaining is actually a female academic. She goes to their country, she works with the Mayans, she's trying to be respectful, but she's trying to put into their mouths what the Mayan calendar is. But if you actually listen to the interviews of what they're saying, this just shows you how academics just spin narratives that just turn crazy. And I thought I had this at a point. So when they interview these Mayan people, how they talk about the spiritual nature of time is very different than what she wants them to say. She wants to put them in a box. And then the ridiculous spin up of the academic, I thought, is where I had this said. Oh, there it is. So this looks like a Laura Croft movie. We've got this wheel of a wheel somehow spinning and deciding times, and it's this really sophisticated thing, and they have the number 0, but no one else has the number 0. And this is what academics do. They take a bit of information, they can do a lot of very simple math with it, and they can just go down strange roads. So when this man speaks, I listen, because he's speaking from his culture, from his centuries or millennia of experience. So if he were to tell me that they had a legend that this was how time worked, I would believe him. But that's not what's going on here. You've got a bunch of academics saying this is what your clock meant, and it's ridiculous. So there's an inner circle of 13 and 20, and then some bigger wheel, and then they just make up all this stuff. There's no archaeological thing that looks like this Laura Croft moving clock with these wheels and hinges. So is there a simpler explanation? Let's see if we can propose a simpler explanation. So I'm putting all this on Dropbox. So let's just look at how I'm naming these files. I'm doing 03-21_Feb_2024 -Titicaca. 03 means it's the third one. 21 is the day. Feb is the month. 2024 is a year. That's probably all this is. Now go to the King James Bible and look at the date calendars. They have 19 years. But somehow the Mayans have 20 So are there 19 normal years? And then they separate this 20th year to be like, if there's an abnormal year, we have a placeholder for it? Well, that was my first thought, but then, this is called the metatone calculator or something. I don't know what it's called. Apparently that's not it. How about Metatron? Ancient Egypt. So where did this calculator come from? Yeah, Metatron's calculator. Metatron calendar. So I think if I get ancient Egypt, I'm going to get data that's in the wrong direction. And if I can ever get to the 19-year... Oh, so there's Maya in there. Oh, but he's just a... the calendar round of Metatron, that's what I'm looking for. But, so we've got this guy that is the Archangel Metatron, I'm the Lord of Light, so we've got a channeler, and so, how about the 19-year Metonic cycle? There we go. So I need to get to Wikipedia, and if you look at what the actual ruins of the Aztecs and the Mayans look like, the actual thing that supposedly is this clock calendar, it looks like this. It's in a circle, it's got some characters, obviously with different language, and it means something. But if you look at one of the variations of the calendar, so, I'm seeing 19 here, I get the 260, which is the Mayan 13 times 20 invention of men. But there was a calendar, maybe it was this one, of Anatolius, where he built a circle, he put 20 values around the circle. And, this is the target. 365.2422 days. We'll at some point talk about this when we talk about keeping time and what likely was going on. So I have great respect for Jack Welch, but when he tries to say that they had a 350-day year, he has no concept of the outdoors. In 20 minutes I could find out the true north, south, east, west based on sun. Maybe 2 to 3 years to find when the sun returns to that same position and begin a year. What's different about their society is they didn't care about days. There were seasons. The days would just kind of blur together. Maybe they separated 1 day out of 10 or 2 days out of 10 for religious purposes, but it really wasn't like today that we're on the clock. It was a different time, the agrarian time. There were seasons. So all this is saying is the Maya and the Aztecs had a calendar system that was aware of this metatonic or metatronic or whatever label it was. And there is a version of this circle that has 20 on it. That they had concepts of the zero is not amazing to me. Anyone that trades goods and fills a boat and then empties a boat, at some point the boat gets to zero. And so what these academics try to spin off is, well, they didn't have a symbol for it. You can't add or subtract. If you know anything about abstract algebra or algebraic structures, you can't add or subtract without a zero. So to say there was no zero in these societies is just telling me that that person talking doesn't know math. So many people publish articles about numbers and math that don't know math. So this is the concept of meritocracy. You should sit down. So shala, to send, shalom. This was part of what we talked about last time. So ra'ah is this double A sound, means to see. But Ra'ah, very similar, means evil. So that's really bizarre. So I always look, and I'm always looking for markers or clues that the legend of Nephi is there. So Aleph being the ox, I have no problem with that. Ma'im being the middle letter of the alphabet, I have no problem with that. And Tav being the last letter, I have no problem with that. But why do we have so many TS sounds, so many R sounds, and then we have an FP sound that's the same symbol? Like, that's not possible. That's a broken language, right? I don't have a problem with like a qua being two sounds, k and wa. Linguists, for whatever reason, wanted to morph them into one sound. I'm not a big fan of that. So here's some other Shah words. To hasten, to swallow up. So Joseph Smith got access to some of these original Egyptian characters, and he and his scribes would write one character on the side. Then they'd try to write this whole paragraph explaining it. Where did he get this idea from? So at some point he was taught that these Egyptian words could have multiple meanings, which was the whole point of the lecture last time. So there was some voice that was giving him clues. And he claimed it was the voice of the Lord. I have no problem with that. Was it a channeler? Was the Lord busy sometimes and sent another voice? It is unimportant to me. So anyway, going back to the date system, you have a day of the month, you have a month. People want to say the ancient Egyptians had 13 months. They didn't. They had 12 months and 12 moons. In addition, they had intercalendary days that somehow became an intercalendary month of the extra days. Do we have a scripture that says, and their days were extended so they could live on the earth? The whole point of the fall was we needed an atonement, so we needed our days extended. How is it mathematically that there's 360 degrees in a circle, yet we have an orbit with an average of 365.2422 days in a solar tropical year? Something had to have changed. The mathematics suggests that there were 12 360 degree or 360 day years that got extended. So then if you look at the creation stories of the peoples, if the peoples say those days are celebration days, that's a ding ding. These are probably people invited to the party on earth. If the people say those are days of chaos, those are either ignorant peoples that didn't know the stories or people that were not invited to the earth. So if your creation story starts with you coming out of a cave and killing your brother, it's probably meaning you weren't invited to the party. You came from Sheol, from the underground, came up and killed your brother to have life. So this is important to connection to the Maya, because the Maya have that creation story, which strongly suggests to me that they as an original people were not invited to the party. But guess what? The purpose of the atonement is to save everyone. So the people of Nephi taught these people, and these people became very important allies, and we would say joined the people of Nephi. Part of this is what I would call the Jake-Sully fallacy. The Maya are not the people of Nephi. The Maya are the Maya that were given economic, political, and other resources to help them defend themselves against the bad guys that would come and attack them. And the Maya were taught about God by the people of Nephi. And they chose to join the people of Nephi. They were still Maya. And I still respect them as Maya. And their creation story suggests they weren't invited to the party, but so what? It's over. That bell is undone. There's no reason to worry about it any longer. So if I have 12 months, I have to have another way to identify those extra days. So for an astrophysicist, what would have been the orbit and distance of the moon from the Earth and the Earth from the sun to have a perfect 360-day solar year and a perfect aligned 30-day month? And would the moon be spinning at the same rate the Earth is spinning? So would we see the change of the shape of the moon? And it probably looked like the yin and yang when it was spinning, because it was probably spinning at a different rate. So every night when you saw the moon, you kind of saw the dark side of the moon, which the Gangan, the subcontinent of India, people call the black rock, because there's black rock and white rock on the moon. But you wouldn't know that until you got to the moon. It all looks white. And we have this concept of the dark side of the moon because the moon orbits at the same rate as the Earth, so we never see all of it. But technically it's not perfect, so NASA's been taking images of the moon, which is how it calculates its orbit and all the planets' orbits and builds all these models or predictions of planetary motion that can take you back thousands of years. So at some point, to name a day and a month and stuff would be trivial, because if all the days, months have 30 days, you just have to have a marker for which month you're in and which day you're in that month, and everything's known. And then obviously you'd want to have some year counter. But then if the days are extended, the easiest thing to do would be to keep 30 days in a month and call those moons. And then at the end of the year, which is called the intercalendary days, you would add the days. And the Egyptians called these celebration days. And the Mayans called these the chaos days. And the Mayans may be explaining what they were taught. Because of the chaos, we had to extend the things so we could be saved, which is a celebration. So if I had to give a label, I'd have to give a 13th label. It's not a 13th month, and the Jews have a similar notion here. It's not a 13th month. A month is a 30-day period, and then the Etruscans had their calendars and their gods and created the 28-day month in February to align with some holiday. They didn't want it to overlap with a holiday, and so we don't actually have 30, 30, 30, 30. And the moon is on a 27 point some degree orbit at the moment. But the days were lengthened. We have that as a principle or a piece of evidence from the teachings that Joseph Smith received. So for me, I would come up with 12 months, and the 13th month I'm going to call, it's not a month, the 13th set of days, these out of time days, I'm going to call Zella or Zellian, and I've already developed this calendar anchored to some of these ancient principles. And so these extra days are Zellian. And there's 5 to 9 extra days in a year. And the foundation is very simple. You have 360 plus 5 plus, and then the target. So this is funny. So you'll read online that that's the average. So this is called the average days in a tropical or solar year. And so I've gone online, I've read everything available. My question is, what's the standard deviation? They don't want to tell you that. How much does it deviate? So then the simplest thing is to get to a fraction like this. And so this was what's called the Julian calendar. So if you look at the Julian calendar mathematically, this is nice. We got 360, we got 5, and then we got 1/4. So the Gregorian calendar came up with a better approximation, and I'm not gonna. I'm gonna probably be wrong when I get to it. And so what they did is they're like, okay, let's just tweak what we have, but then let's do this. I think that's the formula. So every 4 years is a leap year, except if it's divisible by 400. And we can figure out what that is. So it's 365.25 minus that. Notice the days were added, but then the days were subtracted. That's a bad calendar. So my proposal is based on the number 5. It's only additive. And this is my target, specifically 2422. So right here I'm at 0.2. I think this got me to 0.24. And then I think it's and again, I don't know the standard deviation, so I don't know how that's going to vary, but this is perfect time. Because mathematically, this time is equal to that. So it's a function of how good that is. So this is my Zellian calendar. Do you see a pattern of 5s? Look at your hand. Oh, it has 5s. This is easy to understand. 5 times 5, the 5 squared. 5 times 100, 5 times 1,000. Easy breezy, lemon easy. So a calendar of addition. So what that means is 1 year you may only have 5 extra days, but if all of this were to happen, you would have 9 extra days. And those would be set apart days before the new year. The new year obviously is a function of the sun rising. So the spring equinox is the new year, and it's based on the greater light, the sun. And some of the connections to the astronomies and astrologies would be off a little bit because these extra days would be out of time. They wouldn't be associated to the 12 signs in the heaven. And that's part of the reason they kind of did this 30-31 thing, is they kind of wanted to average those extra days throughout the year rather than celebrate them as extra days. And if you want to celebrate those extra days as chaos, you can. And if you want to celebrate those as the opportunity for us to live and learn and grow in this chaotic world, the days of atonement or of celebration, you can also do that. Wow, I didn't know we were going there today. So last night, John Hamer had a little episode on the 10 Commandments. And let me say, there's a group of people that are classified as not friendly to the Mormon Church. And, he's joined the, what I call the RLDS Church based on my traditions. And he's up in Toronto, and he lives a modern lifestyle. I have no problem with any of that. I would enjoy very much to have sat in his Sunday school classes or his Elders Quorum classes back in the day when he was part of what he calls the Utah Mormon community. And I like listening to his lectures. So what's interesting is he had a lecture on Moses. He obviously does not like Joseph Smith for whatever reasons, and a lot of it probably has to do with his upbringing and his relationship with leadership in the Mormon Church when he was a member. But obviously, if he thinks, so his little lecture was on the 10 Commandments. It should say that somewhere here. I have no idea why I can't see that. So this was a last night lecture on the 10 Commandments, and he goes through and he talks about, all of the issues with Moses, that Moses may mean son. in Egyptian, and Thutmose and Ramses were his examples. So Moses probably had some appendation there, and I was like, sure, put a Yah there, Jehovah. So it could have been Yamos Moshe, or it could have been Moshe Yah. And do we have a Moshe Yah in the Book of Mormon? Sure, Messiah. And so at some point, because the Masoretes probably didn't want him connected to Egyptian things, they altered his name. And when did that happen? If you understand when the Deuteronomists were going on, it was tied to Josiah. They discovered some additional records in the temple. This is probably where the Zenith stuff comes from, that Lehi was alive. Was Lehi creating plates to canonize these scrolls that were found so they weren't lost again? They were at war with the Egyptians, supposedly. Josiah gets killed in this really bizarre interaction with the Pharaoh Nekesh on the borders there. And why would he go out there and do that? In the Deuteronomy story of Josiah, it's like the king of Egypt is like, dude, why are you here? I'm going to fight your enemies. I'm just trying to bypass your country. But there could have been the possibility that some of the Kohen were living in Egypt and had created their own temple, and he was marching with the Ark of the Covenant. And Josiah went out there and said, hey, dude, I want my Ark back. And then that story would make more sense. It's nonsensical that Josiah would go out there and he gets shot by arrows or whatever, and he returns to Jerusalem and dies, but maybe he returned with the Ark. So there's a big part of the story that seems so bizarre. And this isn't my original thinking. It was some evangelical, giving a talk and saying, this is bizarre. So this is when the Deuteronomist part of the Bible was written. Lehi was alive. If you don't know the prophecies. So then why did the Deuteronomist not include the stories and prophecies of Zenock and Zenos? Josiah reads this, rents his clothes, has priests killed and burned on the temples, and cuts down trees and poles outside of the temple. Now go back and read what we have. Zenock says something about a cross, about dying at the temple, by being killed by his own people, killed by his own priests. Josiah reads this and goes and kills a bunch of priests. Like, I want to stop this. But it's prophecy. It's going to happen. So if you get into the cross, the symbol of the cross was way before. The symbol of the cross isn't the Christian identity of the cross. Like, this is probably supposedly Peter getting hung, crucified on a cross upside down. What a fable. I, Peter, want to be different than all 50,000 people that ever died on a cross and be hung upside down. I am different than my Savior. But there's something about being upside down, which just tells you there was someone uniquely killed associated with the crucifixion process of the Romans. But Yeshua, in his own life, said things about carrying your own cross before he died. So what that means is, in their language, whether it was being equally yoked or some way to carry goods among a family, as you took 2 pieces of wood, made a cross, and put a bunch of goods on it, and you could walk from point A to point B and carry your groceries or whatever. I have no idea, but the symbol of the cross is way before. Like, it's tactile, concrete, Egyptian / Hebrew meaning was before. And I don't have a problem that it was associated with the Messiah death event, but this romanticized story that we have inherited in our Mormon culture from the Judeo-Christian culture needs to be carefully considered. So anyway, last night's lecture was on Moses, goes through some of the things, brings up really good points. And it's useful to listen to that because he is kind of like a walking Wikipedia on steroids. When we get to Bountiful, this is the current name of what I would say would have been the capital city of Bountiful. But the reason today's talk was Titicaca is I believe it would have been pronounced Kori Kori. And there was a man in the Book of Mormon named Kori Hor, which probably was Kor Kor or Kori Kor. So the E ending in Hebrew generally means belongs to. So if the man in the Book of Mormon was Kori Kor, he would have dropped the last E, the E, by E I mean the Spanish E, he would have dropped that last one because he was a man. But Kori Kori was probably the name of the city in the land of Bountiful. And when I was looking at some maps, it seems like Kori Kori was in a land that had Mahana or something in the territory. It's kind of an isolated land with a mountain landscape. You can go up to those mountains, harvest frankincense just by cutting open a tree and collecting some white liquid. Go down to the coast, sell it to anyone on the boat, and make a tremendous amount of money. But Kori Kori represents bountiful. And so one of the things we love doing when we apply our modern English is we associate bounteous, and there is some connection there, liberty, and that's probably the bount. So I'm curious why we weren't given bountiful as Kori Kori. But that could have been an edit by the scribes, right? So they had this story of Korihor that they interpreted one way, and then they have this Kori Kori, and they're like, oh, we don't want, that doesn't seem consistent. So there was times the scribes made similar errors with Mosiah versus King Benjamin, because they lost the story and then it got changed later. Bountiful is a land of freedom, a land of giving and exchanging. So think about what Korihor is accused of. He's accused of something, goes in front of the Alma. Alma doesn't know what to do with him, has a conversation with him, sends away, and maybe he gets trampled to death and dies. But if he came forward and said, based on our records, I have a right to worship and believe whatever I want, the principle of Kori Kori. And where did Nephi learn how to build such a government? He didn't learn that in Jerusalem. And so anyway, this lecture last night, it was kind of interesting that he's making an etiological argument on, and using Bart Simpson in a Simpson episode to make this argument on the, there was my shalala. That's what I was looking for. It's Omen, not Yemen. Making this etiological argument that why would you have commandments if you didn't have laws before, and making this, Simpson absurdity. But he's not thinking. He's thinking like an academic. He's not thinking like, how would this actually play out? So based on his logic, when the founding fathers sat down and wrote the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and the laws that would define their nation, that's an etiological argument, which means that every one of the 10 Bills of Rights, or every one of the 17 rights of man that was in the best constitution of our era, didn't exist before because they weren't written down. No, you're codifying your language because you're trying to distinguish yourself as a nation and a people. The timeline, whether or not Egypt already owned Canaan, could have been why he had to wander around in the desert for 40 years. But for 40 years, a big part of it was he had to distinguish himself as separate from the Egyptian culture. So they lived with the Egyptians probably 260 some years. Joseph married an Egyptian, married Potiphar's daughter. Why do you think, how can I do this great wickedness and sin against God with such a sin? It wasn't that he was going to fornicate, he was going to fornicate with his wife's mother. You don't pollute the trees of life. Follow that tree up through the females. And so the land of frankincense is here in this area. They probably had bulrushes growing in the rivers there. So maybe Naphtali was prescient and brought the bulrushes from Egypt. But this land of Korikori was probably the city. There was probably a name for the land. It's where all the people that could trade by boat at the time would show up. And because commerce was important, you didn't want raiders there. So there was probably some overarching government that protected these lands. But it's very protected. You just make sure that no one has access to water nearby and you know how to operate boats and the enemy doesn't. It's going to be a pretty safe area. So this was Bountiful. Bountiful was probably Korikori. And so I was looking that up in the Egyptian dictionary to see if I could find it. So this was another rabbit hole I went down. So, the question was associated to what did Joseph Smith believe about Christopher Columbus when he was possibly making scribal edits to the 2100-year prophecy. So I stumbled across this website, which took me down a rabbit hole. So this is very useful. This is good scholarship. So this person, if I were to ask if she has accepted Yeshua as her Redeemer and Savior, she would probably say, yes, and I know him as Jesus Christ, and I'm a faithful member. Fine. So that's her current world construct. I have no problem with it. I look for quality. It's great quality here. She's referencing all of the people in the Mormon Church that gave some comment about Columbus. This is exactly what I was looking for. This is good data. And then if you apply the bag of words lens, you can take one of these and it's quite interesting. So I would want to go back to, is this the... Yeah, so Joseph Smith had some vision about him. So that Cristobal Colon was inspired by God to go to the New World is of course true, because it was a prophecy 2100 years later that he was going to do that. That liberated Gentiles would come to this country is true. But if you read, for example, the Mayflower Compact, King James had to approve it. They had to demonstrate to King James that it was a viable opportunity for him. There were some people from Holland that literally were trying to escape King James. That's why they lived in Holland. So this idea that they were seeking liberty in this new land is a good thing. That you're going to say, so this is the propaganda. So the propaganda of American exceptionalism is our founding fathers were these great men and did these great things. So that was the Kool-Aid Brigham was drinking. Joseph had run-ins with the government. His father ran a store and someone accused his father of being a vagabond, a lazy man. And Joseph had to testify in court to say, my father's not a lazy man. Which kind of tells you his father was probably one of those guys that liked to sit around and talk and not work. So certainly, I have no doubt in that statement. That part. The implications of it were death and destruction, the American Holocaust. The concept of America was pre-Cologne. Before Columbus, the concept of America was here. This was the concept that Nephi created. So I've looked at America in Hebrew, in our version of America, the Los Estados Unidos would align with Amer Mekra, those that love war. So these colonists came, killed a bunch of people, enslaved them, put them in bondage, forced them to be slaves, trafficked their children and women, and that's a good thing. So certainly Nephi would have said that, because if you look at how the people scattered to the wind, so first of all, that's very Kafkaskian or Dostoevsky, that you live under this cloud that one day these other guys are going to come, Colombia, and they're going to just bring destruction. So that will have you thinking for 2,100 years, am I going to fight? Am I going to flight? What am I going to do? So, 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. 3 out of 56, I would say, are honorable men. Not one of them. Definitely one of them. So the 3 would be Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and John Hancock. Who wrote his name really big? It's not Herbie, it's John Hancock. John Hancock was independently wealthy, lived in the North in the Boston area, and signed his name really big. However, the powers that be, the Politic Bureau, selected George Washington, who was married to a widow, had no money but had money through the widow, did really well at managing her property when he was around. When he wasn't around, the property could not run itself, which means he was a good manager but not a leader. But because he had banking debts and ties to banking, he was the best choice to be the first general of this country. And he had a history with the British where he went up in the north, in the area where Joseph actually lived, killed a bunch of Indians. So he's loyal. Oh, but he's fighting against the British. But no, there's this banking component here. People are betting on both sides. And so, why do I say those 3? So Thomas Jefferson wrote a beautiful Declaration of Independence. Very similar to the rights of man that he helped contribute to with his buddy Ben Franklin when they failed in America. They went to Europe, met a guy that was a Mason or became a Mason, and obviously Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin were both Masons. And they hooked up with an old-timer, really popular guy in France, and they basically did a data dump of this is what we learned when we tried to create our Constitution, how we failed, and the French Republic utilized their wisdom in the creation of probably the greatest constitution of our life, of our era, but it only lasted 12 years because they got suckered into killing their enemies, which kind of ends the concept of true freedom. So at some point I'll post this again, but I've done analysis, textual analysis on the original Declaration of Independence and compared it to what got signed into law. And basically there were 13 colonies. 2 of the colonies were very tied to the British banks and British loyalty. That was Georgia and Carolina, named after the royalty of descendants of King James. And the issue was slavery. So Thomas Jefferson in his original draft is, let's just get rid of slavery now. He talks about freedom of all peoples, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then weasels like James Madison and some of these other people that were founding fathers, that were enlightened and wrote the Federalist Papers, they came in and they said, no, let's not do that. We can't offend these parties. And the institutional bankers won. The original Constitution had this weird 3/5 compromise. So we're supposed to believe 11 people compromised, 11 colonies compromised to appease 2 colonies, because they didn't want British on their soil. I thought you were fighting a war. Does it matter? So you either believe in the concept of freedom of all men, which Thomas Jefferson did, or you don't. And so this demonstrates how we drink a Kool-Aid our entire lives of American exceptionalism. But if you look at the data, our country failed on July 4th, 1776. And it created the need for Abraham Lincoln. So do you see how the choices of one generation will create the need for another generation? Abraham Lincoln would have been a non-starter if they would have negotiated from a sense of morality and rectitude, not a sense of politic. So anyway, we're trying to get... So Parley B. Pratt was not part of the original circle, but definitely part of the expansion of the Book of Mormon. I think Parley, not Orson, was the one that chapterified the Book of Mormon. So he wasn't in the inner circle at that time, but he's talking to Joseph Smith all the time, bringing his ideas, but also listening to what Joseph Smith is saying. This is interesting. So this idea of timeline is real. There's an article at BYU where some guy says, well, if Joseph Smith wouldn't have worked out, it seemed like God had prepared like 3 other men in the same area to bring forth this work. Yeah, you got to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C if you believe in the agency of man. And then Royal Skousen says some of the language of the Book of Mormon English translation is from like the 1500s. So just think about that. That means that maybe in the 1500s there was some other man prepared to do this, but that didn't work out. And it wasn't necessarily that man's fault, because you got to deal with the agency of all humans. So we got agency here. Good. And John Hancock, for obvious reasons. He knew he was going to be hung, and he signed his name really big. George Washington was a great manager. If he was there, he could micromanage and things ran. When he wasn't there, things would fall apart. Perfect to be the first leader of a puppet government. And so Christopher Columbus, if you look at some of the stuff he wrote, he would flood his writings with Christ because he was trying to convince people that he was a converted Jew. And he wasn't born in Genoa, likely born in Cologne, but he wanted to cover all that up. And I would say Columbus was inspired, but what he brought was death and destruction. And I always thought the death and destruction was, what academics thought is there was some disease outbreak and all of that. But if you look at some of these societies, it was self-imposed. Some of them left 100 years before. Some of them, when he showed up, just ran into the jungles. Then the birth rates went negative. They just lived their lives and faded into history. They didn't want to be part of this new America. So if they didn't want to be part of this new America, what was the Book of Mormon saying about that era? So this is really good scholarship by this person. But if you take one of these quotes and you just jumble the words, what I just said is what they said, but they said it in the opposite direction. That somehow the people before needed America brought upon them. And it's not that. It's the reverse. The people before had the kingdom of God. And Columbus brought the chaos. So anyway, let's go through and close up this. Shalom, to send forth, to shoot forth the branches. Oh, to be divorced. So I wonder if that means the negative. So if you embark on a journey on a boat, would that not be to hurtle for? But I also think maybe that's where Joseph was born. So he probably was 3 when they got on the boat, but he was probably born at that time. I'm pretty sure that's Archon. So I should have maybe used Google Scholar. Foible of the languages. So some of these sounds are actually compound sounds that they want to call one sound, which I don't necessarily agree with. So they have these k. That's actually 2 sounds, k, h. They make it little to say it's less emphasized, but there's no reason to have a separate connotation for it. Maybe the uppercase is useful. Kwa is literally k, wa. So I have no problem with this attempt to use the subscript to maybe emphasize which of the 2 letters. So these are both Guarani. And I actually think that those were markers. So just like I said, Imbia, Imboa, Imbu was, kind of playing the charades game to say, this is the thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about a place or a person or something else. If it was difficult to distinguish the M and the N, which it is, or more difficult to distinguish possibly the B and the D, you may have put the letters together. So if you put Imbia or India, you're telling them which sound it is. You're saying it's the M, so mba, mba, versus nda. Do that. Mba are sounds at the outer part of your lips. Nda are sounds at the top of your mouth. So these might have also been markers in this common language. This a. Is this a or is this I don't know what that sound is. So, if you look here and you say, I want to build an alphabet with 30 sounds. Do they have the ch here? I don't even know what the symbol is for the ch. I know what it is in... So this might be the zh sound, which is a unique sound. So the one thing about the Russians is they have like a gazillion sounds for B and V, But what happened is Peter the Great took their alphabet, which had maybe 100 characters, and he reduced it at some point. And so the ch, he followed a good rule, which is every character has a unique sound. So this was me looking for kori hor. So kori, there's something about linen. And if you think about what linen is the threading of different colored different threads into a common cloth. Does that sound like what a concept of America or bountiful would be? Where no matter what your color is, you can be woven into the cloth. There's a lot of negativity associated with kori in both the Hebrew and the Egyptian, talking about being in a cave, in a hole, underground. This concept of being a white linen network. So network's not network like we think about today. It means cloth was literally networked together to form a linen. So I was looking for kori here, and there's a version of this that's a side-by-side 2-page. I don't remember where it's at. We talked about the almond tree, one of the shahs. So part of me thinks that the Legend of Nephi was like a blueback speller to, here's another part of Ka. A papyrus, snap. Titicaca. So Ka is a play on words. It's one of these Shazer words. Ka can mean a place to look at the stars, but it also means the papyrus plant, the bulrush. I did not see that before. The serendipity, if that's what it's called. So Yemen was my mistake yesterday. It was Oman. It's interesting that there are modern borders along some of these important spiritual events in history. Almost like the wicked, like sometimes I try in the hat that there isn't a wicked one, that chaos is just the agency of men. But the traditional hat that we wear in our Mormonism is that the wicked one was told from the foundations of the world that something was going to happen here. So he wanted to create contention on that border, but he couldn't stop it. He's playing a game against a player that's so much better than him that the player's calling every one of his shots thousands of years before. And the wicked one becomes what I call the premature ejaculator. He knows what's going to happen. He tries to preempt it, and he always fails. So the princes of Kedar. This is important. Ishmael was the firstborn of Abraham. No matter how you want to spin your narratives, Abraham ejaculated his semen into the vessel of a woman and a tree grew up. So there's perfect knowledge that Ishmael is Abraham's son. He was given permission to do this. If you read some of the Middle Age writings, the classic Judeo-Christian part was he took her out of lust. So Sarah didn't actually give it to him. And one of the sayings said he took her out of lust and bent her over on a cut stone. The importance of a cut stone. Okay, you can create your narrative all you want, but if I do a genealogical tree of the seed of Abraham, his first son is Ishmael. And interestingly, likely they helped Nephi on his journey. Maybe they could have been a hindrance, but I have a hard time believing that, but maybe they were a hindrance. The Ark of the Covenant, to cover the testimony. Later prophets, whether they were apocryphal or not, said, oh, don't worry about it. The covenant, the ark is here no longer. I've taken care of it. Yeah, he did. He sent it away. So the language maps, the diffusion models, they don't account for river systems, and they clearly would not account for an intentional separation of two peoples, nor would they account for the potential that one group would switch sides. So you have the Jake Sully problem. You have a small group of individuals with a different type of technologies arrive to an alien place. How are you going to label the people that are for you, against you? You know, just watch Avatar. And then if you watch the second movie, in the first movie, the people just call themselves the people, which is it's like, wow. Who threw that idea into that creator's head? And then later they're called the forest people or the sea people, because we learn there are other kinds of people. And Jake Sully goes and visits the sea people and becomes part of their tribe. That doesn't mean all of the sea people are his children in a literal sense. But if they adopted his ways and standards and said, I want to be part of your group, they would have been his children in a different sense. So the Tupinambra along the coast, the Guarani in their homeland, and obviously the heartland of language. So anytime I'm looking right here for a center. And I started with language, and you'll notice that the bulrush is also there. I didn't find that, but I'm not too worried about that yet. The flat mounds is maybe where the word to be came from. Because if one of your first jobs is to build a temple of Jehovah that Nephi constructed, this is the last group. Would it not be important? Would people not see it? And so foreigners would give you a label. So if you were to build your temple on a mountaintop like you're supposed to, and you were to build it on a rock uncut foundation that somehow you dig into the rock, the granite, and you put wooden posts, and then you build a wooden temple, which is what the Temple of Solomon was. These people get caught up into stone, interpret one scripture. There could have been the tile work on the outside of the temple, but that's also a marker related to Titicaca, which is interesting. So anyway, I went down the rabbit hole of Joseph Smith, or of Christopher Columbus, and I was like, who is this group? This is good stuff. And so there was some MTC scandal about some bishop asking a girl in the 1980s to show her breast, Shah. And so this person is saying there's 3 lessons to learn this. Leaders should be held accountable. Absolutely. What were the 3 lessons? We should not take blind faith. So she's within the church, but making these strong statements. What's wrong with this Abinadi picture is where's the gold? Remember they're sitting there, so you'd see their faces, but they could prop themselves up or recline, and it was all gold. It's possibly the concept of El Dorado. And then obviously section 121 is the principle. So this is clearly a group that's still within the tradition, but still having a strong voice. You go, girl. And it's not just her, but can you say WordPress plugin failure? And so she's going to have a hard time stepping out into some of the other things, but she's doing well. Imbia means the arrival. So Imbia Guarani would be the arrival of the Guarani. You actually interview these people, they say, we're not the Imbia Guarani. The Indian Guarani live over there, and they point to a place along the Paraguay River near Asuncion. The Imbia Guarani that we've labeled, they walk on foot from Asuncion, Paraguay, all the way to, through Misiones, all the way over to Brazil. And it seems like they still have a trail today that does not have a road interfering with their migrations. But they make it very clear that they were friends with either the Imbia Guarani or some other tribes, but they have no knowledge of boats, never have had knowledge of boats. And they were labeled at some point as the Imbia Guarani. Imbia is also found in Brazil along the coastline. There's an island, like this beach island, and it's called Imbia something. And it literally means to arrive if you're tired of being at sea. And there's some precious stones there of some sort, a green-blue stone. The Imbia Guarani. Bia in Hebrew, in modern Hebrew, means arrival. I learned that talking to a very intelligent woman on an airplane that was flying. Her husband was going to work in Argentina, but they were from Jerusalem. Actually, were they from Jerusalem? I think so. She told me what city. So look, we have Imba. This isn't the one, but in Guarani they have the ND, And ND might have been a truncation of that. So whenever you talk about these peoples and the original histories, you have to talk about the interesting. Rebecca means musical instrument. You have to talk about how they're being painted, but some of the stories and why they would be painted that way. But it seems like among the Tupi Guarani languages, they had two classes of leadership. They had the cacique class, which were the tribal leaders, and they had the paje class, which were the spiritual leaders. And that's just not in this area, that's in all of the Americas. So if I were to read this word in my Spanish tradition, I would read it very differently than if I would read it in a Mayan tradition. So this sound in Mayan is sh. And you would put in, just like in Spanish, Spanish speakers can't say a word that starts with S, so they add an E. So, and by E I mean the American E to the word. So instead of saying south, a Spanish speaker would say a south, because they can't start a word for whatever reason in their construction of language with an E or with an S, so they put the es, so they can't say sa. And why can't they do that? So they have to do esa. It's training. It's based on what they hear and see and what's normalized. They're capable of doing it if they had the correct linguistic training. So why would they do that? There could be a cultural reason why they never started a word with S. So this in Mayan is ish, ish, and my estimation is E means water and sh means beach, and that's going to link Xcaret in the Mayan Peninsula, the Yucatan, to Manti in the Book of Mormon logic. So one of the interesting stories was the Battle of Oberá, when the Jesuits were coming in to try to move a group off of the lands back into Paraguay, into this Indian reservation. And about 2,000 of them met together, made a decision that we're just going to leave. So in a river jungle system, if you don't like leadership, you just go all Homer Simpson and just fade into the shrubbery and the bushes, and you're gone. You can't be found. But they were living at a different time. So about 2,000 of them wanted to do this. That's interesting. Guayra is also in Paraguay. Wanted to do this separation from this government that they were not interested in, so they just melted into the jungle, but they lived at a different time. So it's kind of a Mosiah story, right? I don't like where I am, so I'm going to lead the people out. They didn't like the government. They were trying to leave people out, and the conquistadores, Jesuits, found them farming like 40 miles from the area. Because in the old days, that's how you would disappear. You would just go into the jungle. They went into the jungle. They separated themselves. They planted some food. They didn't know where they were going to go. They were all looking for, in the Guarani, la tierra sin mal. Imbu vicha. Karai. That's interesting. So I just talked about the paje and the cacique, which is the common terminology used by Bartolomé de las Casas, who was someone that was curating all the stories of the native tribes and was also an editor for the journals of Columbus. Guayra is also in Paraguay, which I didn't know until right now. So I know where Guayra is in Brazil. Obviously mate. Ni. Nafi. Ni. So would ni, nafi, become such a great man that he would be called a great spirit and somehow related to the gods. Absolutely. So after my mission, the marker was, I was reading all the Spanish literature. I wrote a paper on what I would call the American Holocaust, and my worldviews of what that was has changed significantly. And this Bartolome de las Casas had a story that two brothers arrived by boat, the Tupi Guarani. The Tupi brother was white, the Guarani brother was black, has nothing to do with skin color, has to do with heart color. And they constantly fought each other. So, he didn't experience that. He was a curator of stories that was coming in. So all of these boats and explorers would probably send what we would call as spies, or just curious people, that would document what they would see. And if they were loyal to France, they would go back and tell the French king. If they were loyal to Germany, they would do the same, Russia the same, and obviously Spanish would have their groups as well. So some people want to say Bartolome de las Casas was curating for the benefit and historicity of the New World. No, it's probably to figure out how to get an upper hand in this game of land grab with all these rich resources. Gaira, I think of Gibor in Hebrew when I see that word. The multicolored baskets, the interweaving of linens, is probably the concept of kori. We can be different colored skins, we can have a common government. Nez Perce. So when you look at Indian tribes, this is a key marker. Nimapu. If the nation calls themselves the people, there's likely a tie to Aminadi, where Nephi called his people my beloved people. The northwestern Indians are the ones that had the totem poles, which somehow are in the middle of Europe as well. Do I see Nafi here? Ni. So what I see here is the foundation is shortened to Ni, and then probably the Mi was an important leader and could have been Mosiah, and Pu would have been the group that brought them to that region of the Pacific Northwest. So these would be the three key leaders to describe who they were in their... So if they were to say, so if the Nez Perce were to go up to the Battle Little Bighorn Lakota people and said, we're the Nimapu, they're saying we the people, but they're actually saying kind of the three major stories that got them there. So this is important because there's three names given to him. There's the ignorant name of the white man, Nez Perce, which was a mistake. There's the name of what the tribe would call themselves. If you call yourself we the people, which is very, very common, likely a tie to Nephi. And then Sahapatin is what the neighbors call them. So this is important to understand who they are. So if I call myself we the people, and all my neighbors call me the foreigners, which is what Sahapatin means, there's strong evidence that you just found a remnant of the people of Nephi. So I think I'm pronouncing that somewhat right. Nimipu. They have a double I, a double U. So that double sound I'm going to apply to words, but it also means sound. So the guy that wrote curated the first dictionary that I'm using, the Budge Egyptian Dictionary, in the beginning he's right, there's some of these words in Egyptian that has like 4 or 5 A's together, like and he says maybe they reduced that, or maybe they said all of the A's. So then I'm saying there's a tie to Nimipu, so I'm saying that close to correctly. I'm making a tie to Lakota Dakota, which, so this would be interesting. This is what your brothers in faith would call you. Watapola, which is supposed to be the canoe people. So clearly people that know how to operate boats. And then people are going to go off onto some definition. So there's actually a fourth label. So I've got the label of what the dumb white man called them. I got the label of what their local neighbors called them. I've got the label of what they called themselves. And then I got the label of what people that were probably also of the Nephi, I don't like using the word Nephi, the tradition of the people of Nephi called them, the Lakota Dakota. And if you understand the history of the Lakota Dakota, they were probably the Hagoth people. So if the Hagoth people are calling the Nimipu people canoe, that's actually funny because the Hagoth people built big ships. So they're actually saying, oh, those Nimipu, they build these little tiny ships, right? It could be some, so if you see Arikara, that should give you a clue. Ari, the workers of, the stewards of, Kara. I don't know what Kara means in this context. So you've got the Nimipu being called by the Hagoth people, oh, those are the ones building the small ships. And if you understand the Lakota Dakota and their migrations, they were in the Minnesota lakes, North Dakota land of many lakes. And, in the modern era, they got pushed out into the Lakota Dakota hills of today. So that's useful. I didn't think about that when I was reviewing this before. Pelu meaning the people. P-need. Yeah, so anytime I hear something being written by someone at Smithsonian, I'm like, propaganda. So the language, where they are. So, I went to university here. Got my PhD. Interesting. I've been down to the Costco along the Snake River. Been out to Umatilla. And so, another hint, look what they call the Clearwater. That's interesting. So the Snake River has a water that fills it that they call the Kai Kai. Couscous. Just only one of them. So Kus Kai Kai. Titicaca, Kai Kai. These are Egyptian words. So these are markers. Oh, there's another Kus. So Kus might mean salmon. Because certainly before the abominations of the Roosevelt, they built an abomination up here called the Grand Coulee Dam. This Colville group is a collaboration of like 9 tribes because I guess they felt like they would get more bargaining power with the government doing that. I was born and raised here so there's Kalispell, Flathead, this Indian tribe, Blackfeet here. And the Nez Perce, when they tried to flee the federal government, they considered certain of the Salish tribes as competitors. But they considered the Blackfeet as an enemy, so they avoided the Blackfeet. The Blackfeet did not like them crossing the mountains to take buffalo and take it home, and somehow we're supposed to believe that they did that without horses. Or they had big dogs. If you watch Hidalgo, that's hilarious. So the Blackfeet are called the Blackfeet because these lands would all get burned by someone, likely the peoples of Nephi. The burning of briars and thorns is a very Isaiah metaphor. And the Blackfeet didn't care. They would just walk through these charred, burned lands and their feet would become black. That Blackfeet were tied to the people of Nephi. I don't have a lot of evidence for it, partially because I'm anchored here. Like there's strong evidence that this was a group. So the Federales, for whatever reason, decide we're going to force these people to submit. So Chief Joseph, and we'll look at his name here in a minute, his Egyptian name, he's like, I'm going to disappear. And over here there was a battle of Little Bighorn with Sitting Bull or whoever, who was the Lakota Dakotas, and he had fled to Canada. So if you want to get away from the federales, go to another country. That was John Taylor's idea for the Mormon Church. But Brigham said this is the place, and that history changed. But there was a colony up here, the Cardston colony of the Mormon Church. Just like there was the Sonoran colony of the South that, for whatever reason, the Romney family thought running a car company and running for president was more important than building the kingdom. So we got all these Indian tribes. There's a tribe over here, the Wenatchee, which we're not friendly but not enemies. And then just south of the Wenatchee, you got this unique tribe that just like, we're not going to create contracts with the federal government. And so the federal government never gave them land. They sort of are allowed on certain land. The federal government did a big, dump of bad chemicals in the Columbia River right there, and then had to do a mega cleanup. So for whatever reason, the federal government really didn't like that group either. So that group was like, I'm not even going to sign a contract with these weasels. And then the Hanford site is this weird physics site to try to measure gravity waves out in the universe that they built onto that site. The Columbia River was one of the cleanest, most beautiful rivers in the world until toxins were intentionally dumped there. So anyway, the Nez Perce are like, we're going to get out of Dodge. We're going to do what the Lakota did and run to Canada. So the direction that they run shows you what they understood about crossing probably the Lolo Pass or whatever. And then they get stopped up here in Joplin, Chester. There's another place I've been up there. Within 100 miles of the border. There's probably about 2,000 Nez Perce, again, I shouldn't use that word, but I'm an ignorant white guy, so maybe I should. Nez Perce people trying to flee the government that has about 2,000 soldiers chasing them. The Nez Perce have about 250 men that can fight. So they had all these skirmishes where they were trying to, slow down the white man, create some distance, slow down the white man, create some distance. And they almost made it to Canada. About 100 of those 1,000 soldiers died, and about 100 of those, or 2,000, and about 100 of those 2,000 Nez Perce people died. But you got 250 warriors going up against 2,000 soldiers, and they almost made it out. So I did not know that. So how would I say that? Ishu, ilp. So E would mean water, Shu would mean beach. The entry of the Columbia River is very shallow, and it gets bogged down because the sands fill it, so it's hard for large boats to get in if the river isn't dredged. And that could have been intentional. Like if you were to want to go up and escape Colombia at some point in your history, at any point in the history, it didn't have to be any point in time, you knew in 2,100 years, so why don't we just go now? And look at the big water. Kuus. So I think this kuus, it's being said all over the place, is salmon. But they're saying salmon's leuk. So if this were me pronouncing this from the Mayan, it would be ish, which would mean water, beach, and then whatever that is. So based on their capabilities, what I would do is I would find a river system like the Columbia River. I would intentionally help the sand build up on the barge. And we're supposed to believe that few explorers in the 1800s came to this river, really couldn't get in because of the system, so they got off on a smaller boat and came and looked at it. And the captain of the ship decided to name the entire land, not after himself, but after the boat he was driving. the intelligence of the intelligence of the white man in their academic tales of the stories. So look at this. The ryegrass people, the water people, the river people. I didn't know that was here. I want to try to grow camas. We have the ability to do that in this region. The ryegrass people. So the people were named after kind of what food capabilities they could contribute and possibly exchange with their friendly neighbors. The Salish. I just want to make sure that I'm not losing the leaders of this, because the leaders have a bunch of these Titicaca names in them. So this could have been, Walla Walla could have been Walwalma, and that L would just naturally drop over time. And so when we talk about the Messiah death event, the Three Sisters are just to the south here. The Three Sisters have a lot of Indian tribes that were known to gamble, steal, traffic in humans, kill people, and possibly even cannibalize people. And the Three Sisters erupted into the window of the Messiah death event, so it's very likely that there were some wicked people there. So one of the, what I would call the Lamanite fallacy is, when people read the Book of Mormon, is they forget to read the introduction of the concept of the Lamanite. So this is probably could be anchored to the Jake Sully fallacy. Jake Sully came from a foreign land, had advanced technologies, and then there was some sort of war between good and evil. And those that were with you had a name, the people of Nephi. And those that were not with you had a name, the Lamanites. They weren't all descendant of Laman. Nephi makes it very clear that he had got into skirmishes with his actual brothers. But the culture is this: if you believe in our God and want to live our life of bountiful, our Kodi lifestyle, and you want to be part of our linen and threads, you are welcome to the family. If you fight against that, we call you Lamanite. You're an enemy of that. This is very similar to the evolution of the word goy or goyim in the Hebrew. In the Yiddish, I'm goy. I'm the gringo. I'm not Jewish. Abraham's promise and blessing to be the father of many nations used that same word. So anciently that word just meant nation, but it eventually became to mean you were part of the in-group or the out-group. The people of Nephi are the in-group. Everyone else in the out-group we called Lamanite. Okay. Nakush. See that kush sound again. So it's spelled very differently, but I'm still seeing kush. Kisuch. Yeah, this is the land of salmon. Were the salmon already there? Did they bring the salmon? Salmon were probably already there. But they didn't dam the rivers, destroy 8 million pounds of salmon every year, and call it progress. So they actually built these little wood systems to kind of trap the salmon in the rivers when they were coming upstream. But they didn't actually ever dam the river. That Keut. I'm seeing this kush everywhere. So the salmon is known in this area, and the other thing known in this area would be today wheat, but most importantly the apple. And we're supposed to believe the apple wasn't here before. Prove it. So we got the black huckleberries. So the sandbar was an important part. Laka. Interesting. Interesting. So if we ever get to Titicaca, Kala is one of the, they have what today they call the Isle of the Sun, and they have Titicaca on the Isle of the Sun, which is a temple, seemingly a temple for the women. They have something that looks like an earth mound tied to some sort of creation story. That's actually not an earth mound, I don't think. I haven't dug into it. I don't think that's the case. Ties to the Lewis and Clark story. Yeah, so this shows the attempt to flee the Federales. So they did an end around. They did not want to also have to deal with the Blackfeet. Battle of Little Bighorn is here, and Sitting Bull was there. And so was there communication between the Nimapu and the Sitting Bull people. They called the Nimapu the ones that drive the little boats, but definitely know how to use a horse. Chief Joseph went to meet the President of the United States. This was the land in Orofina. Oro, or means light in Hebrew. Yes, I'm trying to merge language into one common language. Why would I do that? Okay, let's look at some of these names. Chief Joseph. Halahot. Halal means to give praise or glory. Hot, not sure what that means. We got teepee. Interesting. What does teepee actually mean? Kaka. Titicaca. Tiwi-itekis. Tiwi-itekis. I don't see that there. Piot. Piota. Kava-kava. Ayahuasca. Hul-hul. Tom. Black. So skin color isn't heart color. So was Tamer in the Bible black? Interesting. Is it Tom? I think Tom is black in Egyptian, and Kam or Kedar is black in Hebrew. Okay, so I'm being dyslexic a little bit there, but I see a repetition, and then over here it's obvious. Peo peo, ix. Titicaca. It's just saying I am part of an Egyptian language family. The Pro-Indo-European language. You gotta love academics and how they spin their tails into oblivion. Sahapatin. They call themselves We the People. Their neighbors call them the stranger in the land. Jake Sully was a stranger in his land. we could try to tie in some of the language. You got to understand this language is evolving over 1,000 years, possibly. The markers are going to be the common language. So what would the common language is? I have to trade goods with other people, and maybe I talk about a common culture and theme about God. Those would be in the common language. So those would be the markers. You're not going to say someone that speaks one language, oh, there's Moses. Moshe is supposed to mean son, like the son of a person, like a child. But when I read Egyptian, I was listening to that lecture by Center Place, I was thinking, no, Sa. So before my son was born, I was just so fixated on the Russian language, and I wanted to call him Sasha. So we decided that his name was going to be Alex. And the moment he was born, I said, you're a good boy, Sasha, you're a good boy. And, you know, based on the lecture yesterday, Sa means son, Sha means from the breast of. So, you know, if he speaks Egyptian in his eternal spirit, he would have understood. But then I looked it up in the other meanings of Sasha, and there was a lot there. And at some point, he wanted to outgrow that name. You know, so I have this strong spiritual connection to that name based on his birth. But he wanted to outgrow it. So, you know, me thinking, again, in this Egyptian lens, it's like, okay, maybe he wanted to outgrow it because he's no longer feeding on his mama's breast. You know, I'm grown up. But there's several meanings of Sasha. And then, you know, where did that diminutive in the Hebrew or the Russian tradition come from? So David Ramsey's is a map system I've used for a long time, but now they've actually OCR'd and put labels on the map. So I did this search for Cayenne, which was kind of my trigger before I found that Tupi Guarani language, kind of put, this is the center of the map. So I don't know if I still have Cayenne loaded here. Yeah. So cayenne pepper, we've all possibly heard that expression. And this is the primary location of Cayenne. You can see on that map on the right, which would be the Waters of Mormon area. And then the other place that had Cayenne was in the heart of Rodonia. And I'm like, how is it possible that these two places have the same name? I still don't know the meaning of Cayenne. So those of you that think this is a master class, knock yourself out. So the one in the middle of the Amazon is called Cayana or something like that. The Portuguese called it the river of Madeira, the wood river. Not because of wood being associated with the river, but when they tried to go down the river and kill those Colombia, kill those natives, the natives knew they were coming and threw a bunch of logs in the river to make the river impassable. Simple defensive mechanism. So here's a map of Arabia. You're going to notice the Red Sea is a fractal of sorts, so it kind of has an arm shooting up to the left and to the right. And the ancient maps actually had Eliat shoot up to the left and Aqaba shoot up to the right. St. Catherine, it wasn't St. Helena. St. Catherine named the highest mountain in the region after herself, and the second highest, she said, was Sinai. And in this Center Place lecture, he talks about Horeb, Sinai. So Sinai means the burning bush in Hebrew. Horeb sounds like Hor, or Har, which means mountain. So one of the rabbit holes I went down when I was thinking about that is if there's a special mountain, and I'm going to call it the Mountain of Olives, or not olives, almonds, excuse me, and you wanted to emphasize it in Egyptian, you would use the same label twice. So Mount Horeb could have been initially the Mountain of Mountains. And it's not like mountain like a double, it's like mountain squared. Like, this is the Mountain of Mountains. But when you look at maps, you have all this language that you can make connections to. Mara. So when I see Maraba, it's making me think. And then, Joseph Smith at some point later in life, I don't think he had access to maps early on, but when he finally found a buddy that knew a little bit about boating and was a doctor, and he named one of his sons after the guy. There's Mahar. They probably eventually got a map out like this, so you can actually look for a map from like that era and say, what kind of map would Joseph have had? And if you want to be an antagonist and say, well, what kind of map did he have to help him craft this amazingly intertwined story of fiction, if that's your worldview, knock yourself out. So what's useful about this map is there's a repetition of certain places. Wells of bad water, wells of good water, wells of bitter water. So they have bad, bitter, and good. So bad probably tells you don't drink it. Bitter is like you can drink it, but you're not going to feel very good. And good water is like, this is what you're looking for. You read the story, they were led to the places of good water, of spring waters, of rivers in the mountains, etc., etc., etc. But just think if we could do what David Ramsey's website has finally started to do. Oh, look, there's a Shamir. So there's really two bad places on earth today. This is called the Pirates of Somalia today. This is the Gulf of Aden. This is like a bad place to travel. It's always had pirates. Now, why would it have pirates? Because for thousands of years, the people of India have been taking goods from here up into Egypt. This is bountiful. This would be a stopping place. There's no pirates here. You would either go one direction or the other direction, depending on the time of year. The trade winds were very stable. And so, as a tradesman, you would sit around and do nothing for a long period of time. And you would want to make sure your goods were protected here, and then you would have to make that run. And you would want to make that run very efficiently and quickly. People that sail around the world, they have to go through the Suez Canal, which was the British reading about how the Egyptians had a canal and said, oh, we could do that. Everyone talks about this being the most dangerous place. But those same sailors will not sail up the Amazon. There are some places up the Amazon that they see Colombia, the people of Colombia arriving, their first impression is, I need to kill you. I wonder why. So the Indians would also sail down along the African coast. So this Lion King tree that we envision, this big bambao tree or whatever that Rafiki sits on. That word bambao actually means those lazy guys that sit under the tree. Because once you deliver your goods, you have to wait 6 months before you can return. So you're sitting around most of the time. So these mountains are called the frankincense mountains. You can look up that word in frankincense and myrrh, two important words. Myrrh means bitter. Moroni could mean the bitter way or the bitter river. It doesn't mean myrrh is in the river. It just means myrrh is bitter, the river is bitter, or the water is bitter. So let me use that phrase to describe the water. Frankincense means white. Laban. We have two Labans, one in the Old Testament, one in the legend of Nephi. Laban means the white guy. So when I said Nephites arrived, Nephites, I don't like that label. When the people of Nephi established themselves in America, they have a boat technology that they've developed. They have an ability to build boats. They have sword technology that's far superior to what would be available, and bows and arrows and all that. And they know how to build them. They know how to take swords and turn them into plowshares. And they're probably 7 to 8 feet tall. I, Nephi, a Nephilim, large in stature. So let's just say they're 6'6". Let's just put it in a modern tall language for some of you that are not willing to make that leap. So they're 6'6". They're going to an area where the average height is 5 foot. So I got this tall white guy with superior technology, and he comes and he gives me a bush. And he explains that this bush, you can do this, this, and this, and it'll feed you and your family. And he says, I want to teach you how to farm. We'll raise up the lands. We'll build these elevated gardens, and you can farm. And I will protect you from those bullies that come and keep stealing your daughters. So what is the tribesman going to do? Welcome. Oh, and by the way, please have one of my daughters and join my family, which is a classic southern tradition in South America called cuñadismo. And Nephi sees this vision where he's the father of many peoples. He sees a vision. He sees his children. So guess what? He probably sees some brown babies and some black babies and some yellow babies and some white babies. And maybe he struggled with that. Maybe that was the Psalm of Nephi that we call it, where he waters his pillow at night. So he's lived with this belief system that he's supposed to be monogamous. He sees this vision where he has all these brown babies, and they're literally his children, and he understands that. And then at some point he adopts that. He dies, and the first thing Jacob gives is, don't do polygamy speech. What's interesting about Nephi is there were lots of commandments. So this Center Place lecture last night was on the 10 Commandments. There's 630 codified laws as this nation was trying to define itself. But we could decompose them into, the 10 basic commandments. In like 6 hours, he broke 3 of them. He killed a man. He lied to somebody. He stole some stuff. And if you're saying Zoram went without his own will, he forced a man to leave. I think Zoram went on his own will, but if you go through the prisoner dilemma logic of what situation he was in, he had to go. There was no other option but to go. And maybe the Zoramites later, and I certainly believe he was a friend of Nephi, and he knew about money. He knew how to establish a monetary economic system. You read 2nd Nephi and the blessing that he's given by Lehi. It's clear that he's going to be successful financially. He will become the CFO of the endeavor that they will move forward with. But as time goes on, you could see how people could go back and rehash that history, think through the logic of Zoram was trapped. He had one option. Well, he had 2 options. He could die, or he could go with Nephi. Even if Nephi let him go, he would die. If Nephi killed him, he would die. If he was let go, it's like, oh yeah, I'm in charge of the main treasury of all of Jerusalem. My boss is dead. And the guy that killed him took the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, and a bunch of gold that we had stolen from him. He's not going to live. So he has 0 choices. His 2 choices are, I'm going to die or I'm going to go with Nephi. And the other way of dying could have been Nephi could have just killed him right then if he didn't want to go. But they became great friends. So can you now go back and read the story of the Zoramites and think about how they could take that history and over time as it evolves, think through it and go, Nephi trapped him. But they were also the leaders of the commerce part of society, so they were very, very wealthy. And their first allotted land in the land of Nephi after the relocation was Santorum. It would have been a central location, a trade hub, just as this is a trade hub. This is a trade hub into Egypt, into Africa, possibly into America, I doubt it, and back to India. So when Nephi says he collected seeds, Was that something he was doing along the way? So we try to read his writing in a linear, this happened and this happened and this happened. He's writing 1st and 2nd Nephi years and years later. You want to get a chronological history and story of what happened, you're going to have the book of Lehi. Kaka, Titicaca, Kokobom. So Lehi probably had that revelation of Abraham. Kokobom means the stars. One of the meanings of Kaka in ancient Egyptian could have been Koko, right? We don't know a lot about the vocalizations of the vowels. I'm not going to talk a lot about Nahum. I think it is a super word. But it's about death and destruction, about a battle. They're right on the board. So every map should have Nahum. If it doesn't have Nahum in this, right on the turning point. Mareb is interesting because Mareb seems to be all over the place. So, we've got these English words and we've got these local words. English words are boring to me, but the English words are important because good water is an important marker on the map, but it's not the name of the area. So I got Mahaut, Mesmat, Ami. When I see Ami, I think my. Amron. So in terms of the ocean from this river, so I think this is I think this is called the Aden River here. The Gulf of Aden, this is like bad country and has been bad country for a long, long time. So at 19 degrees, we're told, so this is later, this is one of the longitudes you're not going to want to trust, but it'd be interesting to see what these longitudes are. So 30 degrees from here, that's that might be a modern British longitude system. The latitudes aren't going to change. So, we have this 19 degrees north. They changed direction. I think it was 19 degrees. So they start to head this way. And, if they've talked to any locals en route, they're already knowing that this is bad country. So they're trying to avoid it. Nahum means one thing in Egyptian, another thing in Hebrew. Sorrow, the true blue Mormons love this anchor, and I'm not real interested in that anchor personally. So then Mara. I don't know what Mara means. I think Dofur is found many places on the map. It means like port. So I think that's uninteresting. So the capital here would have been a fortress entrance here. You need to protect yourself from the bad guys over here. So you would build a fortress here. I think this is where Korikori is. But this is the land of Bountiful. You literally can walk up the hill, cut open a tree, let it drip out sap like a maple tree would, collect the white fluid, go down, give it to any ship going anywhere in the world, and just get a boatload of money because it was ridiculous how much it was worth. And any of these boats would have just paid you money, whatever. So you have this interplay of multiple cultures coming to this area under an agreement of peace, protection, and freedom. You can do whatever you want. You can. It's not lawless. It's protected, but it's the respect of everyone's traditions and laws and religions. It is bountiful. Now, why Joseph Smith didn't say Korikori here? Because Korikori could have been the village, the city, the government, but the land may have been this Mara. So I don't even know which map this is at the moment I'm looking at. There's so many maps here. And shalala, and so this gets us to Iriantum. You have no knowledge of how to operate a boat. You come to this place. You start to get some timbers. But you first need tools. When you go and ask God for tools, it's not, God, how do I make tools? It is, where do I go to get the iron ore so that I can make the tools? I'm already capable. Very interesting thought. Did he learn that en route? Was that his father's tradition? Was he able to understand why the sword of Laban or the Liahona was exquisite workmanship? Because he was an artisan. The answer is obvious. Read Isaiah. In Isaiah, it talks about somehow how he was kiln drying the wood, that he would put the wood in the fire with his food. He was carving wood, which gets mistranslated in the Masoretic as he was carving idolatrous statues. But if you read if you read the original Masoret, you can see that answer. But the King James Bible, every time they saw those words, those Hebrew words, they associated with false idols. Kesem Shibam. So, the hilarity of the academic community, and they spin up their narratives and they build upon, pile it higher and deeper, is the Deutero-Isaiah story. So Isaiah was written in what we call Proto-Hebraic. It looked like Egyptian writing. The Dead Sea Scrolls of the Great Isaiah Roll was written in the Post-Exilic, what we would call the modern Hebrew, which I would call the cuneiform Hebrew. It was some bastardization of language. They lost letters, so then they later tried to recover that based on their pronunciation rules of which letter goes next to which, whether it's an O vowel or an E vowel or an A vowel. They merged the P and the F. I can go on and on. The language was broken. But they're trying to recover the language. So then, somebody in the time of this copying down of the important words of Isaiah, everyone knew the words were important, some guy capitalizes or associates the word Koresh with Koresh the Mulek. So Koresh the Mulek was Cyrus the king that supposedly had these furnaces and burned Daniel, or didn't burn Daniel. Daniel went in the lion's den, but his friends went into this furnace. So you got something about a big hot furnace. Why would you need a big hot furnace? What are you baking? Are you making steel? Is this why you're the king? Koresh means the worker of steel. So Koresh, Mulek, is mentioned many times in the Hebrew Bible. And one time it's mentioned in Isaiah, but it doesn't have Mulek. It just says Koresh. And it's a title given to a man who's also been given the title of woodworker. So he's the artisan of wood, he's the artisan of metal, and God gives him the title of Koresh. But some idiot scribe in the time of the Great Scroll of Isaiah, about 100 BC, after the exilic, maybe capitalizes the Koresh. I don't know that they have capitalization. And then some guy in the Middle Ages, you know, when I say idiot, I mean they're well-intentioned. Some guy in the Middle Ages are like, this doesn't work. Cyrus was after this. And then some of the apologists are like, well, Isaiah was predicting that this would happen, the destruction would happen, and his name was Cyrus. Just back up. Breathe a little bit. Isaiah is true, but you just got the story wrong. Koresh was a title Jehovah gave Nephi. In American standards, I could call him the Great Pittsburgh Steeler. He was a worker of steel. Read 1 Nephi 17 again. He's got this dilemma about water and dirt and how he's going to launch his boat. And his answer was probably turn a sword into a plowshare. And he built some sort of plowshare that could create these, and he had a beast of burden, make a straight line, so you throw the dirt up, you make a mound, the water fills in the low parts, the boat sits on the high parts, you can continue to build the boat. When the rainy seasons come, the water levels will rise, you can launch your boat. He turned his sword into a plowshare. He learned how to use metal and a beast of burden. And with the boat, I imagine they were originally just these straight lines. But as you get good at this, you'd want to put a pole in the ground, have the beast of burden walk around in a circle. The beast of burden would have to walk around twice. Once on the outer part of the circle, throwing the dirt up. Once on the inner part of the circle, throwing the dirt up. And you just built a round, elevated garden, elevated place to build your house, etc., etc. We'll see that in the archaeological record. You are the mound builder. You have that technology. And maybe initially they would then go burn the fields. That earth may not have been enough to make a full mound, so you would have had these two sides, but then you have this hollow area. So then it's like, let's just bring all the briars and thorns and all of our garbage here, maybe for 20 years, and then we'll just burn the thing. Enter terra preta. All of a sudden, this fluvial soil has a fertilizer that can turn it and allow it to blossom. Now, Joseph Smith, Nephi wasn't alive during all of this. But he engineered and designed it. He didn't live hundreds of years, but he could easily go around, introduce himself to a tribe, give them a gift, explain why he's there, try to communicate with them, try to offer them a way to be saved temporally, and then say, oh, by the way, I have a God, and he taught me to come and do this. I'm your servant. I'm here to serve you. So saving people celestially is easy once you save them temporally. Mara, I don't know what that is. So here's another map. So this map has no knowledge of that fractal up here. So whoever is building this map is kind of an idiot. So the mountain of all mountains is the crossroads. So we know Muhammad, there's Mecca, Medina is here, and he went on a flight to Jerusalem. He had a very spiritual experience in an unknown mountain on the way. Let me give you a name, the Mount of Almonds. This is the mountain of mountains. Har Horeb. So Mount Horeb is placed on a map somewhere based on a misunderstanding. The mountain of the mountains is a crossroads. The Midianites lived here. Abraham spent the rest of his days near here. I leave from Jerusalem. I travel for a space of time. Lehi is a visionary man. He walks past Petra, and then he has a vision of people mocking him in tall buildings. He's a visionary man. He gets to America, and now all of a sudden his spiritual metaphors are about Adam and Eve running naked in the garden. Tells you what's going on. He's older. He can't change his ways. Nephi is younger and actually goes native. He goes Jake Sully. Nephi may have actually said the traditions of their fathers, which are false, but through the scribal process with Joseph Smith, that got edited out. And it just became traditions of the fathers. Let's not talk about true or false. Because he's going to this place where these people are innocent. Well, there's a group of people that are innocent, and those are the ones he was sent, if you read Isaiah, to go and protect, the old nation. And he's to bully the bullies. And when the bullies march on the cities and see what they're coming up against, they faint. And the cities have no walls because they're river islands. Your walls are the water. If you can defend the waters, you've defended the people. And you would establish bottlenecks, places of war, and you would build this entire place of peace. First in the south, later in the north, and the north would have been bountiful, because in bountiful, not only do you have the innovations of Nephi, then you have all the technologies and the wisdom of Judah. So the Phoenicians knew everything about boats, but they didn't build Nephi's boats. But now imagine these two cultures colliding. There's going to be an ego play initially. And maybe the establishment of Bountiful was a structuring of laws and government so they could play nice together. So currently when we read the Mosiah version of the events, because we have the records, they gave us things. But then later we have the Kingman and the Payerin story. So maybe some people weren't happy with that outcome. Does it matter? No. You had all of the Phoenician technology of boats merged with all of the Nephite technology, the technologies of Nephi. 400 years on, where they've been living independently, they come together. But who had this better swords, the better society, the better whatever? They became the kings. But Judah had rights to be king based on their traditions of their fathers. Judah is a lion's whelp, the Genesis 49. That's not right. Dan is the lion. Maybe lion's whelp means like the pretty boy that wants to be the lion. Naphtali is the ibex that climbs mountains. The land of Naphtali had highlands, had a place called Moron, possibly the waters of Moron, which were fresh waters in the mountains. They don't exist today because of the dams and the water usage in Jerusalem today. Where did that Moron word come from? It came from their experiences in Egypt. So the center place lecture that I had no idea was going to be on was on Moses, and he's going through all of the so-called anachronisms of Moses, yada yada yada. Do you see how Nephi destroys and annihilates all anachronisms of all of Judeo-Christianity? So if I can demonstrate that Nephi was a historic person, and his story says he came from Jerusalem, and the word Mormon comes from Egypt, how would the people from Jerusalem have had that knowledge of Egypt if Moses and the people did not live there? And Titicaca, if we ever get there, oh my gosh, is the clue. So I guess this is Rambling Wednesday. My circadian cycles had me wake up earlier today. So when I look at a map, does it have Nahem? So this one has a gua, so that captures my attention. And what's interesting when you look at some of the merging data, the border, so it has a gua and a gwe and a gyo. So that means that sound was there. But what's interesting with these stories is some of these important markers are on borders of the land. Look at this. Gigi. I would say Gigi there. Ishe, if I was speaking Mayan, so I have no idea how that's pronounced. Jael, Yael, Jehovah, and El. Elijah, El, Yah, forward and backward. Is that what Malachi was saying? Okay, let's... No idea. So Nehem was likely a territory. There were some other cities at some point that I studied around there that was interesting. The sea that we call the Red Sea has a bunch of islands on it, but it's not river islands because the sea is salty. Oh, the thing I am going to talk about, so I'm probably not going to talk about this again, is there's a way to talk about direction. We're traveling on land, south by southeast, with the sun. That's not hard to find. It takes 10 minutes if you know how to find the cardinal directions from the sun. It's not some big mystery that buildings or artifacts are pointing to these mystical places. It takes 10 minutes. But you have to go from no knowledge of boats to being able to build a boat, to being able to sail a boat, so that at some point in your history you're naming people Moroni, which means the overlord or captain of a navy. Right? So this is how innovation diffuses. You have to start from something to get somewhere. And the family was clearly concerned that they would succeed. They get to an island today called Comoros, has a river called Moroni. Komoro means kum, rising, or light, Yah, Jehovah, likely meaning the rising light of Jehovah. It could be reference to a volcanic mountain, or it just could be God has saved us on our first leg of oceanic travel in the wilderness before we arrived at a place where we could collect water. So certainly there would have been some sort of mechanisms on the boat to collect water from rain. They get at the island, they restock their water supplies, they take off, and maybe they hug the African coast the whole time as much as they can. Who knows? But they're boastful. They open the honey mead. They get drunk. Read Isaiah. It's in there. They get turned back, which tells you that it's probably a sailboat with some sort of shunting technology. It's a trimaran, in my estimation, built out of planks. It would have been possible that Nephi could have planked a tree and not killed the tree, which is still practiced in some of the Polynesian islands. You'll go and cut planks out of a large tree and let the tree live. And in my respect for Mother Earth, I would hope Nephi had done it that way. You would throw the tree in the fire where you're eating your food to kiln dry it, and you would make some tight wood joints. Maybe you would kiln dry it, put it in the joints, and then soak it in water so it would expand, so those joints would be very tight. When I mean joints, I don't mean tying two pieces of wood together with rope. I mean, a dado joint, a rabbit joint, tongue and groove, overlapping pieces of wood by carving out a negative space so they can connect. Try to make that as tight as possible, barely fit, and then soak it in water and it expands, and that is going to be a very tight joint. Or they could have used some sort of gluing mechanism that we'll probably get to. I'm trying to get to the word Iriantum. So Iriantum has been bastardized as Eritrea. It's a Tamil word. It's from the Indian subcontinent of the Tamil language. I don't think it was Tamil of the south. I think it was Tamil of Kolkata. Kolkata is the land of Ganga. But it's about the red algae. So we have a story of Moses about let my people go, red algae. Oh, the interesting thing about his conversation as well is he said, the reason you have to sacrifice lambs to the priests is because of the Passover, the saving of the firstborn. So if you have a firstborn cow or sheep, you give it to the Lord in a sacrifice. If you have a firstborn donkey, you can substitute it with a goat if you have it. But if you're not going to substitute it, you break its neck. You kill the firstborn donkey. Very interesting. So either way, the firstborn has to die. Either by substitute or by giving it to the priests, but in the laws of their government, the donkey was an unworthy priest reception of a sacrifice, so you had to substitute it for a goat. But obviously we have the cow being the larger sacrifice. We have the golden calf. Some weird story about them carving in a picture, because you got a carver in the Hebrew, but then you got molten gold. So in the same verse, you've got carving and molten metalwork going on. There's just something hinky there. So back to Irianthum. Nephi has to learn how to see where he's going based on markers in the ocean. He's traveling in a wilderness, the ocean. And Irianthum may have very well have been a marker taught to him by the tradesmen that were constantly traveling. He could have worked for some time on one of these boats to learn how the whole system worked. We have no knowledge of this. We do know he's hanging out in the land for some time, and finally God tells him to get up to a mountain. It's taken them, let's say, 5 years. I have no idea. It's 8 years in total, from what I understand. It takes them 5 years to go somewhere that should have taken them at most 8 months. So things have gone sideways more than once. But he's like Indiana Jones in that Venice part of the Holy Grail movie. When he's under a church, he sees the Ark of the Covenant, and she's like, "Is that the Ark of the Covenant?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "I'm pretty sure." Like there's this whole narrative of all this adventure that had happened that isn't available. It's gone. But he had an adventure because it lasted 8 years. 8 being an important number. 8 being a spiritual number. So he has no knowledge of boats. You know, certainly Egyptians had a lot of knowledge of boats, and the Jews living, or the house of Israel living in Egypt for a time, they would have learned a lot of the language possibly of boats, and some of them would have gained some experience. But you go back home, you've got the River Jordan. You have not a lot of boating like you would along the Nile. And he has to become an expert at something that he doesn't have any knowledge of, so he has to have a training and a tutelage. So I think one of the most important markers is the Irianthum marker. So if the legend of Nephi is like a blueback speller for his children, he's giving them a maritime lesson with the word Irianthum. So Irianthum is tied to the Moses story, the Red Sea, the sea leading up to the Red Sea. But Irianthum could be a way of describing how you're arriving. So if we look at this land, you've got a fort over here called Kori Kori. You've got a land here called whatever it was in that other map. It's better than this map. And then you got a place over here that has waterfalls called Salala. So if I'm traveling from the east with the sun at my back, so the sun is rising. I'm traveling west with the sun at my back. So from the east, what do I see when I look at shore? So, going back to Columbus, Columbus offers a reward to the first man that sees land. Some guy sees land before Columbus, but Columbus says, "Oh no, I saw it first. I'm not giving you the reward." But land, when you're in the wilderness in the open ocean, will look like a flash of light. So the first sight of land could be the word in Hebrew, E. But it could also mean water. So do you understand? You're on this vast ocean of water, and you see a first glimpse of a coast. In Hebrew, that seems to be E. But you can see how that language, as it gets shared among common people, could just mean water. Because there's times you're on the water that you're not in the wilderness of water. You're not in the ocean, you're just on the water. Iguazu. E, water. Or it could mean coastland, gua. Could mean the coastland of the big people, and su, but it's a waterfall. Iguazu. Waterfall or water big fall, or water big noise. There's a lot of Sioux sounds in South America. I don't know what that original root is yet. So if I have the sun at my back, it's early morning, that's going to be the most visible time on the ocean to see land. I'm not a mariner. Some maritime expert may prove me wrong. But to me, sun is at my back, the sun is just coming up, early morning. Best chance to see land. Kumora, the rising light of Yahweh, maybe the first time they saw land. They weren't traveling from the east. Irientum might have been a marker that the Tamal people had taught him. So if the people are coming from India and they're trying to land here, how would they describe what they see from the east? Now, I don't know that Iriantum is ir, or it's just ir. So, and when I say Iriantum, I think it is a Tamali word. Like if you were to search it, and I think I found it at one point. But I don't know that for a fact. Like I would want to know that it was a word that existed before 1800 in the Tamal. Dravidian, Tamalian, Teluga, Sanskrit. I don't care which language. They have many, many languages over there, and they respect all their languages. But that was my original understanding, and my updated understanding is it was also a way to describe how they were arriving at this place if they're on a boat traveling across the wilderness called the ocean. So if they're traveling from the east, what would be the first thing they would see if they're trying to land in port, which would be the Dofur? So Kori would be this fortress on the edge of the mountains, and Dafur would be the port where you'd want to land your ship. The water's deep, place to park your boat, do your trade, hang out, do whatever. And if you have to wait 6 months all the time, you're not going to go wait in the Gulf of Aden. You're going to wait where it's safe. So there might be this whole slip system to park a bunch of boats. Like, are you here just to load and unload, just to get water and move on, or are you here for 6 months to do nothing? Now, so E might mean the first sighting of land or the coastline or water or something. But so it might have been Ir means city. So maybe you see the city first, and maybe Shalala was a city. So if this is where the bad guys are coming from, this is the fort, Kori, and maybe Shalal has this reference of peace. Shalala was the city of peace. Jerusalem, Shalom, Shalala. So what it's suggesting is maybe you would see the city first, Ir, Iantum. I think the ray of Irantum might be something about a shoulder, and then maybe Antum means port. And if you look at the Book of Mormon geography and the language there, that may become clear. Anti, I don't think means port, but Antum might mean port. So what it's saying is, you'll see the city. So I don't know where the city is, and this isn't the best map. So you'll see the city, then you'll have to go across some noticeable thing, which might have been some mountain jetting out into the ocean, some shoulder. So shoulder's my current intuition there. And then you arrive at port. Now apply that to what I'm going to introduce when we get to America. Every time there's a name that's like Itusango or Iguazu, if you're on the river and it's called Iguazu, you better stop, because the Sioux part means you're going to fall off. Itusango means something about water, a narrow gap, an opening, right? If you decompose Itusango. Ishkaret. E, whether it means coastline or water. Sh, meaning beach. Karet. For me, kar, is a diminutive of har, which could have been the har of Hebrew with the H dot, which could have been kar, which means mountain or mound or hill. But the Jerusalem concept of a mountain is not a mountain, right? So when you get to the shore mountains, the Hora Horeb, the mountain of mountains, the Mount of Almonds, those are mountains. What Jerusalem has is hills in comparison. Carmel. Kar. Oh, I just made that connection. So we have Carmel, which isn't har, but it means mountain because it's the mountain garden, or it's the garden of El, Carmel. Ish karet. So the et sound in Egyptian could be a feminine, but I think of it as a diminutive, like hermano, hermanito, ito, the little one. So ish karet, from a functional name, would be you've got coastline water, you've got a beach, and you've got this mountain, this small hill, but it's a small one. Ish karet may have something to do with the lagoon, but I don't think that is. I think Ish Shelha, which is nearby Ish karet, would be that. So then I have a functional label of how I'm going to arrive by boat at the location. And this will become a loan word to the Mayan people, Ish karet. So to me, as the maritime experts, it's a marker on how I get there. I first see land, the E. I see beach, the Cancun beach. I pass a little mountain, and then I'm at port. So that tells you Coiba was likely the inland city of Manti, and it's not Manti, it's Manti. You look up Manti in ancient in ancient Egyptian, it means something about sunrise or the rising light, similar to Cumorah. A symbol that it might mean a port. And then you ask a local Mayan what the word Ish karet means. And we were at Shelha, and I just asked a young girl working at a gift shop, and I said, "Are you Mayan?" And she says, "Yeah." And then I asked her, "What does Ish karet mean?" And she told me. The rising sun. So Manti and Ish karet mean the same thing. One is Hebrew, one is part of this local language taught in the common language, but that common language would be certain to have the navigational symbols in the language. Ish karet would be what the maritime people would call it, would be the local language. Manti could have been the spiritual name, or what the local peoples call it, which I would place Coba as the city of Manti, the Yucatan as Manti. That helps you unlock the rest of it. All of that comes from the marker that Nephi left, which makes me think more and more that this plain and precious small plate was him teaching about Zion. He's teaching about the economics of Zion, about the spiritual side of Zion, about the promised son. So there's a reason Jacob thinks he's different and creates a specific belief that you have to maintain a pure bloodline, because Jacob was born under very unique circumstances, and he was that son. And if you read 2 Nephi 9, when Nephi tries to get him out into the mission field, Jacob's all fire and brimstone. And Nephi is trying to give him an opportunity to understand that these people we're teaching don't need fire and brimstone, they need love. So Nephi had transcended his past, the traditions of his fathers, whereas Jacob embraced them. Woe unto the liar, for he shall be thrust down to hell. Don't have many wives like Nephi did. But you remember, Nephi was the guy running around killing people and breaking every one of the 10 commandments. Because he wasn't following the laws of men. He was following the laws of God. He is by definition a patriarch. He's bypassing all the celestial and terrestrial laws, and he's going right to the celestial laws. He's listening directly to the Father, regardless of what all the minutiae and institutional traditions teach him. And that is why he is Nephi. So if we were to rank order the most important people in the history of our understanding of what we call Christianity, he's got to be top 5. So you put Yeshua number 1, Abrahamic. Did Abraham do what Nephi did? No. He was given a promise. He did a few things. But Abraham's definitely top 5. Moses, I wouldn't put in the top 5 at all. Joshua, yeah. 2 people went up to Sinai. One had to keep going up for constant instruction. One went up 1 time. So when we add to the list that Moses went to that mountain, meh. That Joshua went to that mountain, sure. But what's interesting is when you describe how Joshua went to the mountain, he was the servant of Moses. So the Judeo tradition is Moses is the most important. What does the Book of them Mormons teach us about the law of Moses? It was just the constitution of the people to identify themselves as a nation. Meh. Mediocre at best. The 10 Commandments, pretty good, because they're anchored to the 2 great commandments. The first 5, love God. No, you can't say that because the 5th one talks about honor your mother and father. Read the Hebrew. Honor your mother and father in heaven who extended your days so you can live on this earth. The word that gets turned into a false logical argument. Honor your mother and father that your days may be long on the earth. The word that implies an if-then. So the logical equivalent would be the counterpositive. If your days are not long on the earth, that is because you did not honor your mother and father. It's ridiculous. The word that is just a bad translation of a Hebrew word. Go look at the Hebrew word. It could have meant literally, honor your mother and father who has given you this opportunity to have your length of days extended. So this chaos fall event, through the grace of the mother and the father that we must honor, we have more days. Back to that whole calendar thing. Irientum. So we got Merbet, Marba. Sometimes you got a Mar way up here in the desert that shouldn't be up there. Unless Mar or Mer means overlord. And then it would make sense. I have a certain tribe that this is the overlord of this place and he does this, etc. I was thirsty and I was saved by the people of Tema. Oh, there's a Koba. Holy cow. Tema was an ancient Jewish civilization. So we'll get into some of that. Oh, this one's interesting. So this is rendered as the house of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the mount. And this is where I was trying to get to Karkar or Har. You can see it. But it's Horeb, which they assign to a specific mountain. So what does that mean? Something about taking off their ornaments. So did I actually already do this? And they surrounded the Israel of their world and Peristales in the vision of cherub. Is that what this is? cherub. Interesting. Cherub. If that's the translation. I believe what this is saying is they circumambulated the temple, or the holy mountain, the mountain of mountains. Now think about the prayer circle, and think about what the Muslims do. So the Muslims go to a holy place that's this weird cube device in the great pilgrimage of Mecca, and they pray and circumambulate, and I'm pretty sure they go in the counterclockwise direction. And their prayers are like songs. Now imagine if the Mormon temple circle, which has some spiritual power, were to update their system and move in a counterclockwise direction and sing the song, cantillate the song. The power of that prayer circle would be stronger. So anyway, if I were to look at this and decompose it, so this just shows you how scribes are just like, oh, that must have been what was going on. So this is the definition that was used: to strip oneself of their ornaments, trappings, by the Mount Sinai. I'm pretty sure this is the one I found the other day. This should have been read. And the children of Israel circumambulated around. So the strip themselves of elements actually means circumambulated around the mountain. Now, do we have any other place where that happens? Joshua fought the battle of Jericho. So this concept of circumambulating started here. But it could have been that I was reading what version was I reading earlier that had that? RSV is supposed to be the best modern version. So they circumambulated, and it got somehow translated. So I'm thinking if I looked up that word, it means to circumambulate. And I'm not going to get into that again. I've already arrived. Oh, there it is. And the children of Israel circumambulated their world and circumambulation from Horeb. Mount Horeb is the mountain of mountains. The Karkar, or the Har. That it has this link to a word that's similar to cherub is very interesting to me. Kaka. So I looked up so many of these kaka words. And I'll leave that. I'll just provide the answer today. The Deuteronomist, and links to the story of Lehi. Josiah discovers some records. He calls forward a woman, the keeper of the wardrobe, and says, "What should I do?" Respect for women prophetesses in the school of the prophets in this time. Something about the prophecy has to do with women, the Asherah pole, or the Asherah tree. And then what he does is all a symbol of, that's what the Book of Mormon called the prophecies of Zenock and Zenos, that the Deuteronomists at some point simplified, because the Deuteronomists found some scrolls, want to preserve the record, but they're scribes. They're going to put their current worldview and their current leaders and everything in a certain light when they write that story. So they're not some champions of imbuing the truth and saying, Zenock said this and Zenos said this. That's not how humanity and leadership in organizations works, just so you know. Sharath. This was a name given to Yeshua, we call him Joshua, when he had his mountain experience. It's not about Moses. It was about Joshua. Moses never arrived at the new land. Joshua had faith that he could defeat those giants that made us look like grasshoppers. Oh, look. Joseph served Shaddai. Did Joseph make a pilgrimage to this mountain of mountains at some point? And Moses rose up, and his servant Joshua, a descendant of Joseph, also went to the mountain of God. So certainly Aaron is the lesser servant, the servant of the telestial. Joshua would represent the servant of the terrestrial. And then someone like Nephi or Melchizedek would be the servant of the celestial. The Adion, the servant of God the Father himself, the patriarch. So certainly I would put Joshua above. So my top 5, what do I got? I got Yeshua. I have Abraham. I've got Joseph. Got Nephi and Joshua. So I got Yeshua and Yeshua. Joshua means Yeshua. Abraham has got to go there. And, one of the markers is, what are their ties to Egypt? Yeshua, as a young child, was trained in Egypt, likely in Alexandria. He was presented at the temple at the age of 12. And people were astounded with what he knew. So Yeshua was trained by Egyptians. Abraham was trained by Egyptians. Joseph was trained by Egyptians. And on the back end, Joshua was trained by Egyptians. And Nephi would be the 5th. And then I would rank order those. Obviously, Yeshua's first. Joseph in Egypt did a lot of things. But he didn't create an entire continent of civilization. So I would have to go Yeshua, Nephi, Joseph in Egypt, Joshua, and Abraham. So Abraham's important, but he's like Lehi important. He was just the Kickstarter of the religions. All of them have ties to Egypt. Okay. A goal. No idea what this trigger was. Oh, something round. So we got this calf, golden calf story. There is a God of heaven that's tied to the ox, the bullock. That's why that's the most expensive of the sacrifices. The cow was sacred in many religions around the world. The 7 sacred cows were the Palladians, the timekeepers, who decided to inject the number 7 instead of the number 10 in all things. The size of the, what we call the baptismal font in Mormon traditions in the temples, it was a molten sea, which means it was a brass sphere-like thing. 10 cubits, let's just say 15 feet in diameter, 6 or 7 feet in depth, like a swimming pool. And there's obviously the ratio of 30 over 10, which is 3.14159265433. Embedded compass is a compass, not a north-south compass. The Liahona might have been a magnetic compass. I don't have a problem with that. A straight edge and a compass. That's how you create circles. If I put a post in the ground, attach a rope to it, and attach a beast of burden with a plow, and I go in a circle, I can build a circle mound in a day. If I have the right tools. Are we finally going to get to Lake Titicaca? Okay, so we're in a highland area. It's in the mountains. It's on the other side of a river shed or a continental divide. One of the islands is called the Isla del Sol. Had a temple, likely a temple for women. You're going to notice that freshwater islands are like served up as places for the women to live. It's going to be one of the most safe places to live with your children. At the age of 12, the men would take the sons and the sons would leave, And so the puberty marker would be the separation of the men from the women. When the females became of age, they would leave their mother's house and they would move into the house of the virgins and somehow be trained on, the family preparation of life. The sexuality part, the rearing of children, the teaching of children, all of that would happen outside of their mother's direct care in the house of the virgins. And so at puberty, which for a woman is a clear marker, and for a man was probably just tied to the year, you're 12 years old, the year of the bar mitzvah or the beth mitzvah in still modern Jewish traditions. And then if you want to protect your families, the most safe places in your society would be islands. And so that's where you would put the women and the children, and there would be some men living in the village who were called the veterans of war. So they could do the honeydew day-to-day chores that require man work. The veterans of war had seen death and destruction, so it was a nice treatment for PTSD to be around young children, beautiful women, all of them probably naked or very near naked. That's some good PTSD therapy. How do I know all of this? Well, have you read some of the ancient civilizations and the Americas right when Colombia? It's there. So we know the result, and some of them may or may not have believed in the Nephite, I don't like that, in the God that Nephi had proposed. They may have lost that component. But my fundamental point is, if their Nephi happened and the destruction happened, and they survived the destruction, according to God, they were worth saving. If, however, they practice some strange, bizarre things like the people in Cosma, Peru. So when you read the dating, so that was one nice thing about this video yesterday. He made some comments about dating, and yeah, dating's just ridiculous. So the Cosma, Peru archaeological site. The Sechin culture. And there's some debate over when it was created, when it was destroyed. But I'm pretty sure this is a third Nephi destruction. It was destroyed when there was some sort of flash flood or something, and the hillside collapsed onto the city and buried it. Sounds very third Nephi. So then if you want to say, well, can I define what sin is? Well, what were these people doing? So there was some sort of destruction. They haven't done a lot of carbon dating here. So you're going to notice when you look at, for example, the Serpent Mound in Ohio, they've done so much carbon dating, and they're all over the place with the map. And if it was a garbage dump where they would put their garbage and let it mix into the soil and turn it over somehow like a compost, you're going to have a really hard time doing carbon dating accurately. I think the round mounds were, the burial mounds, because if Sheol is a pit in the ground, you don't want to bury your dead under the ground. So you would bury them above the ground. And there seems to be a lot of evidence for that. In the Ohio River Valley, if I went from, Nauvoo all the way to the east coast of, let's say, Virginia, and I look up some of the ancient records, of the early Americans, the early Colombian Americans, the propaganda I lived with my whole life of what America is. There were 200,000 of these earth mounds. And there was a guy by the name of Thomas, and I don't know if it was actually Thomas Jefferson or some guy named Thomas in some almanac called the Webster Almanac or somewhere else. And he did a scientific experiment where he dug straight into one of these mounds, and he described the mound being, let's say, 20 feet in diameter, 20 feet high. And he always explained that when an Indian would walk past the mound, they would find round, smooth stone on the ground, pick it up and throw it on top of the mound, and say some chant or some word to kind of connect to the ancestors. When he dug into the mound, there were all sorts of cadaver, bones in every direction possible. So was this like a large burial pit where people were getting thrown in? Some of the stories suggest that when people were ready to die, they would just go sit on top of the mound until they fell over and died. And so if they fell over and died, people would just cover them with earth later and just let them be at whatever angle. If there was a great battle, maybe they were just all thrown in and kind of buried, but they weren't buried underground, they were buried above ground. The concept of Sheol, the pit, being a bad place. There's one where the Smithsonian got involved, where supposedly the burial was very systematic and ceremonial. That in the center was buried a man that was 7 or 8 feet tall, and around him was buried all of the men that died with him, his fighters. So maybe one man and like 30 men around him, and they were all like 5 foot tall. Smithsonian just had a way of categorizing and putting those informations in a vault and making them disappear. Joseph Smith once posted in the Times and Seasons the discovery of the caves under the city of Lexington, Kentucky. And I've been there and heard all the rumors associated with it. There's a place you can go, and the entrance to the cave has been cemented over by the government or whatever. It said the discovery was of mummies. Does that just mean, dead people that were buried in the cave? Or was there supposed to be some tie to Egypt? Because when I think of mummy, I think of Egypt. Mummification. What they take out, what they leave in, kind of tells you what's important. The heart's the most important. The brain is worthless. The jars. So people want to go and analyze Joseph Smith's interpretation of these pictographs that he tried to interpret based on his understanding, and they missed the point. That wasn't a knife, that was a phallus. You can examine it from an academic point of view. He was an unlearned man. He had heard some things, he had seen some understandings, but he's unlearned and he's doing the best he can. But he's also very capable of articulating a view and trying to convince people of whatever his point of view is. That's his gift as a man. That's not his spiritual gift. So for us to criticize that he tried to justify and explain things based on his understanding as an unlearned man, perfectly aligned with his person. Just like what I'm about to say is perfectly aligned with my person. Cerro Centrine was buried by a mudslide at some point in time, and again, they're going to say when it happened. What's 3500 BC? Well, they found some element that was 3500 BC. They haven't done a lot of stuff. How do they know this carving was 1500 BC? Is this carving of stone, or is this a clay imprint? Meaning, did they take mud, like you would out of Egypt, and then this is soft clay, and then you just have a child or an adult paint it, and then it freezes in and looks like stone. The arikat, the special bricks, which might have been one of these words I was looking up in, that's the tie. The special bricks are tied to Titicaca. It's the Titi part. So then we got everyone saying, oh, the aliens must have done this because we couldn't do this. Makes me rethink what I think the Western Wall was. So the Western Wall in Jerusalem has this megalithic structure that would be very difficult for our technologies to move today, but it could have just been a big brick using this geopolymer technology that will present itself shortly. The problem I have with the location of the Second Temple is it wasn't on a threshing floor. It was built on this megalithic structure, on this But I'm okay with it being built upon an artificial stone that is the potter adding. I'm not okay with it being on a cut stone as I read and understand the Hebrew traditions of cut stone. So I don't know if it's 2 Kings 5 or wherever it is where they talk about how the temple of Jehovah that Solomon builded was built, but they called forth some people that were supposedly stone cutters, but they weren't. They were probably tile workers or mud workers or brick workers. I have no problem that part of the foundation was brick made out of clay, because we are all clay, and the metaphor of the potter's clay is very different than the metaphor of being hewn out of stone. One is additive, one is subtractive. Very much a believer that God is additive. So now we have this assumption that there is a bunch of brickwork or stonework at the temple of Jehovah that Solomon built. I have no belief in that. I believe it was a wooden structure. I believe there was no cut stone inside the temple. I'm okay with the idea of maybe having these specialized bricks as the foundation, but as a siding of the temple, no way. That's my personal belief. But if we get to Titicaca and Isla del Sol, that temple was made out of brick. I don't think the original temple was. I think it was woodworking. And I think that was the apology that Nephi was giving, that I don't have the quality of wood that Solomon was able to get because of his connections into the Gangan subcontinent of India. So anyway, city destroyed by a landslide mountainside. So if we wanted to put a pin on the map and say this might have been a third Nephi destruction, then you'd want to say, well, what were those people doing that would cause Jehovah to destroy them? And there's three theories. The theory that makes the most sense to me is they were surgeons. They were cutting into humans, exploring humans, playing God by determining who lived and died based on the input of man. They were literally playing God. So if you believe God is in control of the universe, if you have faith in God being on the throne, and someone gets shot in battle, like I think it was it was the McClellan, one of the first apostles, the Battle of Crooked River, the whole Hans Mill story, the Battle of Missouri. Let's just say his name was McClellan. I'm pretty sure it was. He said to Joseph, before they go into the little skirmish, he's like, I have this feeling I'm going to die on the battlefield. And Joseph says something like, be careful what you wish for, but maybe it could be interpreted of, like God's preparing you for what's planned. So if you are the clay on the potter's wheel and God is kind of telling you, oh, you're going to die today, I think that's a comfort. And if you understand the eternities, so what? We're all going to die. It's just you're going to die today. So maybe there's a moment of fear, but there should be an overwhelming feeling of peace in your heart, not necessarily in your mind. And sure enough, he gets gut shot. He gets taken home to his bed. Joseph holds his hand, spends some time with him, and he dies. He died. Now imagine if we had a modern American, air quote, hospital. They would have taken him into ER, pulled out the bullet. He would have lived another 25 years. You saved a life. You're such a good man. You're a doctor. No, that person played God and altered the timeline based on what God had planned. That person was the axe lifting and boasting that he's more important than the person that created him. One of the reasons we're in this current timeline is because we have lots of God makers. And by God makers, I mean men on earth that have an ego that think they are God. This civilization was probably one of the worst classes. I would say the second worst class. The Cerro-Saint-Jeans were likely surgeons. So think about what I'm saying. There was a great civilization, there was a specialized technology developed in this area about cutting up humans, understanding their anatomy, and trying to play God and determine who lives and who dies. And it was covered by the hand of God in 3 Nephi 8. This is my proposal. Therefore, surgeons are a sin. That is Monty to a T. I don't care who you are, where you come from. I measure you based on what you've accomplished in life. You chose to be a surgeon and create this innovative technology associated with the heart because you wanted to make a lot of money and win the heart of the cute girl. You then saved the life of a man that didn't want a surgery, and then you did a secondary procedure on that same man that didn't want a surgery. He wanted to go to the gods. He wanted to accept the Father's will. And whether you did it directly or you were just the junior that was kind of thrust into the situation, and it was Gordon's plan, because then Gordon had a puppet president of the church for years and years and years that he could do whatever he wanted based on his ambitions. It doesn't matter. You chose a career to be a surgeon. That was your choice. Oh, I'm not. You were playing God. You literally take out someone's heart and put someone else's heart in there. Maybe God wanted that person to die. And you're saying, no, I know better. I can use the limited wisdom of my field of expertise and extend the life of this person. Why are we here now? Why is there such an upwelling in the Mormon church? Because my generation thought all of this was supposed to happen maybe 50 years ago. We were supposed to live in a different timeline. But here is the greatness of Jehovah. He respects all of our agencies, even the ones that choose to go in a business of playing God, cutting out the hearts of people, and choosing who lives and dies. That's the second greatest sin among the doctors. The lawyers I always put first, but I'm pretty sure they're number 3. The greatest sin are these so-called mental health specialists that try to tell people what is reality, what is the correct constructs of reality, and manipulate the brain functions through artificial chemicals into the brain. Those are the worst. But the surgeon is the second worst. And this Sechin archaeological find in Casma, Peru, seems to be a place where they were practicing surgery. 3 Nephi happens, ergo, I'm pretty sure if I have to stand at the judgment bar and do a stare down with a heart surgeon, I'm not going to be afraid. This is very interesting. His words shall hiss forth. Look at every painting of South America when they painted the man. The tribal leader always wanted to have a pipe in his hand, and most of the time it was a musical pipe, not a smoking pipe. North America, every time they tried to paint a man, most often a pipe, not a smoking pipe, a musical pipe. Hiss forth, great are the words of Isaiah. Okay, Titicaca, also in Peru, they have this connection to Uru. Oh look, we have a poo-poo. Remember we saw poo-poo, or peo, or actual poo-poo before. Titicaca, I am an Egyptian word. What do I mean? Isla de Sol, the island of the sun. So this is what caught my attention. Look at that thing. It's a reed boat. Have we ever heard of reeds? I just listened to a talk about the so-called reed theory about crossing the Reed Sea, not the Red Sea. What a ridiculous story. But they've created floating islands out of this stuff. It's amazing. They've created islands out of that floating stuff. Kut, kuku. So kuku would be obviously Egyptian, the repetition. This could be Toto Ra. I don't know what Toto means, but I obviously looked at it before. So this is the plant that apparently is a bulrush, but is able to grow in a non-bulrush environment, high altitude, not tropical landscape. And so what does that just tell you? That one of the capabilities of the Society of Nephi was the ability to plant seeds and try to get them to grow in other regions. So the title of this was Titicaca, and I think I need to stop. Egyptian language and the double compound importance. Titicaca. So as a master class, I could leave that for you to look up, but I'm going to just go through my attempts to find it. I found Nahum in the dictionary, and as we went through this conversation of me talking things out loud, I would have said mumu for big water. Grain sound of a trumpet is iti iti. Two breasts is mintiti. So remember, the Isla del Sol, I have associated my mind with being a temple for the women to worship. And maybe it was one of these houses of the virgins, one of the safest places. If you don't want someone to steal your daughter, you put her on an island. Kaka, which, again, these vowels are guesses, so that could have been Coco. So we have Coco Boom, and that's from memory, so that could be wrong. From Abraham, it means stars. So obviously you're in the highlands of Peru, in a lake that's at a high altitude. You've got this lake, if it's not windy, I think it's windy up there almost all the time, but if it's not windy, you could have this beautiful mirror of stars in the heaven and stars in the lake. So there certainly is a kaka component. Kak means to go up to the sun god. There's 2 or 3 meanings in Egyptian. So again, this seems to be a word like shazer. Akak would be darkness or night. Of course, that's when the stars would come out. But that was one meaning on page 232 of the PDF. On page 163 of the PDF, it means the flowers of heaven. Is their relationship to darkness and flowers of heaven. So when you review the legend of Nephi and he's walking in the Arabian desert, what part of the story is he not saying? So some of you may have traveled to Egypt. I have some friends that have been. You're going to notice the stars at night. The light pollution is minimal. You're in a dark, dark place. The stars are going to be prevalent. Now imagine you have a star or heaven event that lights up the sky. Everyone in Arabia is going to see it. Now imagine 5 years later, you're walking through and you're like, oh yeah, you remember that one event? That's why we left Jerusalem. Oh, you remember that other event? That's when my son Jacob here was born. You're going to have a way to connect to the peoples based on the stars, which for all societies was an omen of something. This is very interesting. The base of a pyramid has Ka in it. The base of a pyramid, the foundational rocks, the concrete foundation of the pyramid has Ka in it. Titicaca, so this is the Wikipedia answer, which makes me laugh. But they have gray, discolored, and then they have puma, which is just like out there. So they have all this information, these words about rocks. They say it's carved rock. It's not carved rock. Titicaca, which we saw this kala word in the Columbia River Basin, is laka. And this was the answer, and it was actually found in the Hebrew. The clays of Titicaca. So the kaka is a play on possibly breasts, something about women, virgin women. We got stars, we've got high mountains, we've got the sun going up a steep hill, and then Titi is this special class of clay. So that's making me start to rethink that Uru, which was Uruguay, and then I think, based on my current geography, that both Joseph and Jacob and their families were going to be put in the safest area, which would be in the heart of Brazil, along those Bolivian rivers from Rondônia, Madeira, down into the highlands of Bolivia. And maybe at some point in their exploring, they crossed the mountains into Titicaca, and this is where some of this unfolded. And Los Urus is the link to that connection. Uru is clearly a positive word, meaning called of God. That's why I think the original temple of Jehovah that Nephi builded is literally X marks the spot. It's on a tepiu, which means a flat mountaintop. So everyone in the vicinity could see it. And tepiu is probably why the man that built it was eventually called Tupi. So I just learned that in the last couple days. So they can literally build islands out of this thing. Look at this. It makes the Venetians like... And there's obviously a connection between Uru and Uru. I've had this in this window. So let's see if I've covered this stuff. So how can you have a place in Titicaca, the highlands of Bolivia, Peru, or Chile, called Uru, and you also have a place called Uruguay, which is at the mouth of the river Paraná, which was called Rio de la Plata as a separate river name because the people of Colombia hadn't explored the whole river, so they started to name it as they were able to unlock it. The locals probably called the whole river system Paraná. Paraná meaning the great opening that Jehovah gave us. The Ana is a sign that it's a Tupi word, that it's homage to God giving us these gifts. Okay. I'm giving that one black guy that I listen to on YouTube a run for his money with my coming up on 4 hours. Come, let us make bricks and burn them together. And they had bricks for stones, putting them together with sticky earth. What? Laban means white, but also apparently means to make. Laban means white, but in this case it also means brick. So frankincense and myrrh, it's a tile or a brick. Leb-e-na. Oh, I'm in a different Bible. So this might have been Moshe Yah, which is the son of Yahweh. Could have been his calling if we're supposed to be Thutmose and Ramses. Lebonah. So a little bit different there. But for me as a person that studies, I think it's also white in color. So it's faster if you go this way. And so one of those was a stem somehow. Laban means to be white. Comer, so the H dot can be a K sound. Cement mortar. Something about boiling. The potter. A heap, a mound. So this was me looking for caca. But I think I found... Oh, this is where I found it. So let me grab that. Tiak. So do you see how I have ka and T together? A coating or plaster. So Titicaca could mean tiak tiak, which is the plaster of plasters, or the cement of cement. The clay of clays. And we'll get to that. So it seems like this whole group. So I looked in for this. I looked for it here, and then I found a cluster of words. So I found it in here, and then I found a cluster of words that were similar. Teat. Teat teat. Mire, dirt, clay, mud. So let's look at two more. The earth 7. Teen. Titicaca. Teen. Clay. Potter's clay. So, there's a clear Isaiah reference here. And then let's look at the holy number, the holy oath, 8. Tira. An encampment, a row of stones, a castle, a palace, a wall. So then look at the ruins of Titicaca, the great gates, from an equivalent. And so all of a sudden we're jumping to a new cluster in the Hebrew based on how Strong's did his categorization. Tur. A row of jewels. Now remember, tur, or tor without the double O, is the name of this bulrush weed in Titicaca. But I think the 7 or the 6 is the best answer. I don't like 7, so let's call it 6. And then you want to look where it was used. And Psalms is okay. If it's used in Isaiah, it's a good word. It's used in Isaiah, Micah or Micah, and Jeremiah. Something about Jeremiah being sunk into the mud of the prison. So every time I look in Isaiah, I'm like, is this a relationship or a prophecy related to the legend of Nephi? Oh, look at this. I've raised one up from the north. So if you're living in South America, where are you from? The north. And he shall come. So Isaiah 41, sure, that's all over in there. And the rising of the sun shall call his name. What's the name of that island in Titicaca? Isla del Sol. Rising of the sun, in my estimation, would be Kum, rising, or light, sun, the light of Yahweh, or Jehovah. And he shall come upon princes as upon mortar, and as the potter upon clay. Now what does that mean? Is this part of the he will bully the bullies? I'm not super interested in going down that thread at this moment. So I'm pretty sure if we go into here, what is the word for sun here? Ur, Uru. Abraham, Joseph Smith says in the book of Abraham, I am from Ur. And then an Egyptologist will say that's idiotic because the city of Ur is over here in the heart of the Euphrates. Uru, so Ir means city, but Ur was a city in Mesopotamia, which likely means they understood the importance of Uru, which could mean you were invited to the party. I was raised up. That's what that is. That's that part. But then we got all this other stuff, which could be... So how did they say north? Is that a Shah word or is that an S word? It looks like it's an S word. Saphon. And he shall come. There's so many words for rising here. He will arrive from the east. That's what from the rising sun means. And I think that's where we're supposed to go. Shama. Shamesh. So that's tying this whole Isaiah. You'll call upon my name. Sem name. Sem 7. The God. Not the God oath. Oh, but there it is. There is the God oath. Do you see it? Sem is the oath. Bosem is the God oath. Boga Sem got reduced to Bosem. It's the only language I can find in my collection, my curation, where the 7 and the 8 sound the same, and the 9 and the 10 sound the same. And the answer would be Russian. Adin, Dva, Tri, Chetiri, Pet, Ches, Sem, the oath of the earth, 7, the unlucky number, Bosem, the number 8, Dievich, Diesich. There it is. That's why I had to do this video this long. Bosem. So we got Comer. So we got this Comer. So this is what I wanted to see. Oh, there's Titicaca right there. The clay. So he literally stamped clay. So there could be an metaphor here, but Hebrew is very concrete. So I certainly know that Nephi went to a land where he bullied the bullies, but this is also literally saying he built a technology where he stamped the clay. And I've had an email correspondence recently with a man that I just found this last week. And so this is one of those clickbait YouTube videos that actually is informative. The Giza pyramid is man-made stone. And he would say man-made stone would be Arikat, this guy that I've been talking to. So I had an email. Oh, snap. If this is serendipity, he was born on March 23rd. I was born on March 23rd. He introduced this concept of the geopolymer. So no one knows how the Great Pyramids was built in 1973 when I was born. He had this initial idea that explaining the pyramids is easy if it's artificial stone. and he has a Geopolymer Institute. He has a disclaimer that the 2008 that some of his ideas have updated. My fundamental question to him is, could you just drop some liquid onto a fragment of this clay stone and know that it had a polymer in it? He found in the Egyptian the word adikat, and I tried to make a connection with him with adikat that he had sort of made, but he didn't connect the dots, and he didn't want to go there. Like, he could go so far with his worldviews, and so this one's, if you look at his library, he has these annual conferences. It's funny that he got a patent on this, even though people challenge him. So he explains how these geopolymer elements in Titicaca were made, and this area is called Tiwanaku, and it's in the Titicaca language. He talked about how some of the materials might have been sourced in a place called Aricat, Chile, and he didn't want to make the connection that Aricat, Chile and Arica means the same thing, and I obviously wanted to make that connection. Because I'm looking for Egyptian. So if you look at his videos, he basically explained that the heads of Easter Island were the same technology, and Easter Island had like two constructions. The first group came, and there's no trees there, but they used date palms, so they probably built these big balsa rafts. Took 10,000 rafts over there, so they had ash. You take the ash of the date palm and you use it as a polymer. Polymer means glue, but it's an earth-based polymer. In ancient Egyptian, it was called water glass and silica, and he goes through the chemistry of all of that. And so in 1973, when I was born, he first suggested the that the pyramids, which were built likely by Joseph of Egypt, the great Arikat, the one second to Pharaoh, and if you look at the timeline of when the pyramids were built, you got the Kefir step pyramid, the Khufu step pyramid leading up to the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was all built in like a 50-year time window. The timeline doesn't currently match with when we supposedly date those pyramids. Okay, so this is a place in Chile. It's called Arica, and he's doing this video where he has all these proofs. And right next to Arica was another place called Arequipo. I don't know if I'm going to see that on the map. And let's zoom out to see where. So there's Titicaca. So let's say they built this. There's Arequipo. Ari, the keeper of the workers. Ki, other. Pa, the other clay. The Titi clay and the other clay. Arica are the great builders. So for those of you that want to go down the Valparaiso landing site, knock yourself out. I don't see that. I see the heart of the land of Nephi after the separation being here. The river valleys would take them to eventually discover these lands. The original inheritance was here. Because I believe the words of Joseph Smith. I believe the 19 degrees thing. He said they landed on the western shore at 30 degrees south. And I'm certain when Joseph heard those words from somewhere. So then he sits down with one of his best friends. They find 30 degrees south. Gotta go south. And I've gone down this path of actually what bay would have been there. So I got guana. Hint, hint. There's a tie there. But you don't understand how big the society was. So let's go to exactly 30 degrees south. Okay. Coquimba, Guayacan, I got Gua. Total reason to believe this is tied to the people of Nephi. Does that make that the landing point? Joseph Smith heard some words and speculated it was near Valparaiso. Valparaiso. And Valparaiso is 33 degrees south. But, I could work out a theory there. Just like he had that 19th degree north of them turning away from Nahum, it seems like there's walking into the empty quarter. They may have had to gone to further south before they headed. So is there some error in the reception? If a voice told Joseph they landed on a western shore at 30 degrees south, I have complete faith in that. There's no reason not to. Maiupu. But there's another place you could have landed on a western shore at 30 degrees south. And that's where they landed. The difference between my landing and the Valparaiso landing is they're landing on a river island. This is called a river. Oh, I'm too far. Where do I need to go? The name of the river is called Paraná. Para could mean lots of things. It's probably one of these Chazer words. The meaning I would have in context of the maritime would be Paraná, para, meaning the opening. So just to zoom out. There's an island over here called Imbia whatever, where it's a beach and it's the place where people that are tired of the ocean want to get off. Maybe they stopped for water. Do you see a great opening? But not only is it a great opening, it's a great opening that Jehovah provided. Now imagine you arrive here, you cannot see across this. You cannot see Montevideo from Buenos Aires. This is ancho. This is wide. I think ancho is the correct word. So then you see this river system and you have so many options to turn left or right or left or right. You've got so many rivers. You were supposed to go to the river islands. This is the Uruguay River. But my estimation, and maybe they went up the Uruguay River. If I went to 30 degrees south, the problem with the Uruguay River is, so it has the Ana, Uruguayanana. The problem I have with the Uruguay River, Itaqui, is telling you how to navigate that river, is they claim that right here at San Borja, and my first area of my mission was a stone's throw from San Borja on the... Don't tell me that's a river island. That would be hilarious. Is that the San Borja? So from my understanding, there's a fall here. So you would have an area where you couldn't get past if you're traveling by boat. Tereri. So there's a possibility that this was the first landing spot. I just have to go up a river, go to 30 degrees south. And, why would it be exactly 30 degrees south? Why not? Look at where the Red Sea crossings are. There's two theories. One's exactly at 28 degrees north. One's exactly at 29 degrees north. Exactly. Like the Red Sea crossing that I believe happened was something that Nephi could witness with his brothers, is exactly at the north latitude. So that changes your concept of what you think you know about God. So if I go to 30 degrees, is there a river? Is there a river island that he landed there? I have no problem with. Because the locks, the impassable part of the Uruguay River, is further up. You know, they have dams on this river before, but in the 1960s, there were guides on how you could take your sailboat and go from Buenos Aires to the Llantos, which is past Asuncion, the highland waters, which is the end of this river system. Corrientes, which means the running water, is a divider. This is where what I would call the main thread of the Paraná River is, and they may give it a different name, and the Paraguay branch of the river. But I'm looking for, so I'm on the Paraná. Oh look, there's a river island. But I'm not, I get confused with South America, which way north and south. So let me go to 30 degrees south. Oh, on the corner. On the western shore. Did he land on the river island or on the shore? You don't know this place. What's the advantage of landing on a river island? You probably had I don't know if you already had a small boat, a canoe, which is the paddler of the small boat. But it would make sense that you would have a smaller boat or have some way to get around. So you would park the big boat here and go do some exploring because your family is safe on the river island. You have no idea what you're getting into. Joseph Smith heard a voice saying he landed at 30 degrees south on a western shore. And esquina is hilarious because esquina means corner. And then, you know, how would you define the lands? Where was your first settlement? When would you begin your proselyting, which is probably why you spent 8 years in Arabia, because you were learning that your job was to be a servant, Shah, whatever the ministry or servant word for Joshua was. Oh, you're just saying that because you went on your mission there. Or I went on my mission there because this happened, and this is part of my life calling. Because when you build out the geography, I'm not married to my mission, but I served almost my entire mission right here. And what's interesting about my mission, San Ignacio was not an open area of our mission, but we rode our bikes there with permission of the president one night to go visit the small San Ignacio Jesuit ruins. Alem was one of my districts, my first district. Oberá was my zone my entire time. I finished as a leader in that area, but I started there. I was in Apóstoles. I was in Campo Grande, Aristóbulo de Valle, Campo Vieira. This is my land. My first area was San Javier. Oh, it's not San Borja, it's Porto Javier on the other side. This was my first area. Stone's throw from Brazil. And when I first got there, there was flooding that had just finished. Sandbags everywhere. So I saw the Uruguay River at as high as it gets in the modern era. You couldn't see this town across the river unless it was sunny and the sunlight would shine off of something on the city. Itucararu, my estimation, is something that has to do with navigating that river. The problem with the Uruguay, which is that this one, is at some point there's some natural falls that make it impassable. It's not like the falls, and I've never seen these falls. So I served my entire mission here, never saw these. The Foz de Iguaçu, the Iguaçu River, the Guairá River, which is the Paraná. This is a dam, so this is all 1985-ish. They buried and created a dam along this river, and they buried the great falls of Guairá. There they are, Salto de Guairá. I wouldn't call them Salta, they're bigger than Salta. So cataratas de Iguazu are big. They're nothing compared to what Guadalajara was. Never been there. Spent almost my entire mission right here. So when I talk about geography, do I have a relationship to these words? Absolutely. Itusango describes how to navigate this, and this wasn't here before. This was probably a bigger opening, but not that big. Carmen, Carmel, Carmen de Panana. So every time I see a word, I just get stuck into this linguist trap of what can I learn from that. Goya. So anyway, if I had to put a place marker, a pin on the map, it would be Esquina, Paraná. And Esquina, Paraná is in the country of Argentina. Looks like there's a river called Corriente, which is not Corrientes, from my understanding. But I could be wrong. So some of you are going to back up and say, well, all of us went on a mission and all of us have this, tied to Nephi. And I'm going to say, you're absolutely right. He was everywhere. But he had to land somewhere. And I went on my mission there, went home, studied Spanish, wanted to learn about Americas, found the Bartolomé de Casas, Tupi Guarani story. And this is 30 years later, I'm here. Not quite 30 years later, but I'm kind of here at this point. You're crafting it to meet your personal needs and perspective, sure. Or, I was born for this. Remember the MCU, clap your fingers, the ridiculous story of taking half people that don't know math, right? These crazy stories. But the Incredible Hulk grabs the thing and says, maybe I was meant for this. And he snaps the finger because he could handle the radiation or whatever. So, what we're going to learn is there was a way to use the natural elements of Mother Earth to create a polymer called a geopolymer that Arikat, Joseph of Egypt, used to build the pyramids, whether that was part of the storage thing, whether that was part of something else. I'm still floating in that. You can mix this resin with fibers and create things like our modern, our modern cars are mostly what we call plastic, but it's actually a infused fiberglass polymer. And what was interesting in one of his talks on these polymer these components, someone was doing the structural tests, and it seems like a plant similar to the bulrush, but available in Southeast Asia, the manila, from which the manila envelope came from, if mixed with this cement, can make very strong plastic-like shapes. And so he does this annual conference, he does this annual update report. So the fly ash would have been the reason you brought all the date palms and burned them. So this is the Titicaca relationship. And then later he did one, this has been his life calling right here. So this isn't, Joseph of Egypt isn't playing God. He's aligning with God. He's using the natural resources given in the environment, geo, to build a clay that's a special class. The class of clay is called T. The class on steroids is called TT. And so I was trying to help him see the connection. And so in one of his videos, he says it's in the Hebrew or the Egyptian hieroglyphics. But he thought Arikat just means man-made. But in my dictionary, Arikat, the Ari part means man-made, or the worker of man, the steward. Kat means the great works, as opposed to the average works. And that's where Arequipa comes in. Arequipa would mean the other clay. So in Titicaca, you would have to have those two labels for those two areas. Here you make the other clay, here you make the Titi clay. In the Amazon, the river basin we call Amazon, the word would be different because there wouldn't be a distinction. So somehow there were resources in terms of the minerals and resources that made this TT clay possible in this region. And so they made it. And then at some point they went and built a wall in the Easter Islands, and then later the Polynesians from Tonga came and built those statues of Easter Island. So I'm pretty sure if I searched his videos, he also has this whole explanation of Easter Island. Yeah, they came from America to build Easter Island. He makes the link. So these look like carved out of stone. So then I sent him an email saying, well, what about the Mayan pyramids? Or what about the Olmec heads of Mesoamerica? And it doesn't seem like you can easily do a test. You have to do a full spectral analysis where you look at the chemical composition. And I'm like, well, if it's a polymer of a certain class, couldn't you like drop a liquid on it, and if it has that polymer, it would change color? I haven't heard back from him yet on that question. But anyway, what's very interesting, I was born on March 23rd. He was born on March 23rd. His life calling basically started in 1973, where he postulated and has spent his entire life trying to teach people that the Pyramid of Giza was built using this geopolymer. So it's so much easier to bring a clay in a basket and drop it and stamp it down to make a brick that when it hardens looks like stone, which he's demonstrated several ways, versus the theories that people are like, they built this big ramp with sand and they pulled all these stones uphill over and over and over again. And like I ran into this guy's YouTube videos just last week, and it all comes full circle with Titicaca. So I don't know if this is the file. But as you build a geography, you have to have the ability to triangulate. So did I have a presupposition that Nephi came to America? Absolutely. Did I have a supposition that he came to South America because I went on my mission there? No. It was because of the story of Tupi Guarani. Does it happen to be associated with some of the places I've been and not been in that area? It happens to be the case. I'm not going to focus on trying to say I understand why it's the case. So I think I want to spend a minute talking about maps. In general, I showed you a few maps. Then what you can do is you can take that map and you can put it in Google Earth and try to line it up. So the bison movement, all the way from where they probably originated from, which is the northwest here, the Denali's, they were pushed all the way into New York, all the way south to northern Florida, by burning the grasslands. South America, do we have a history of burning the forests? Yes. It's tied to the concept of briars and thorns in Isaiah. So you can see that if I have the number here, you can look that number up again in that David Rumsey's collection. So I can actually overlay that map into the file, which is on GitHub. So I'm looking at all sorts of things. So I talked about round, raised earth things, which can easily be used for ditch defenses. So after Nephi leaves his brethren, he's going to go spy on them to make sure he can protect his people. So he's going to build these circular defense systems. This becomes a kill box. So you've got the highlands of one river connecting to the highlands of another river. He left his brothers who were in the other river, where he knew they were. He didn't start by going here, in my estimation. He went far, far away. He could have started here and built construction and then kept moving. I don't believe he did. If he left river systems, at some point he was going to have to abandon his first boat. So what? He knows how to build boats. And maybe they'd lived with their dad there for several years. They'd built all sorts of boats. So certainly in the Arabian desert, he understood the difference of river sheds, wadis, the flow of rivers off mountains in different directions. So if you want to escape your brothers, you're going to go to a different river valley, a river system. Ari Puana. Ari, the keepers. Pu or Pa or Pe, it could be any of those things. The brick, Ana, that Jehovah has provided. So this is probably an area where you can just go into the river, dig it up, and it's just perfect clay. You just need to burn it in a medium temperature, and you can build as many simple bricks, or more importantly, clay pots, as you want. This shows how he developed defense systems, and likely if he built societies, which he did, this is the Tocantins, and there's some other relationships there, he's going to have the people behind the defense systems along the rivers, or ideally along river islands. Eliat, where was the crossing of the Red Sea? What does a bathymeter look like? Crossing of the Red Sea was exactly at Nairobi. You can see the colors here: dark, less dark, less dark. This is where the ocean, the sea, was parted. On both sides of the sea, Solomon had put up pillars, not glorified Roman fluted pillars, but just simple stone pillars. We say stone, maybe they were not stone, maybe they were this titi pillar, this special clay formed into a pillar. Taking clay and forming something that then solidifies into stone is so much easier to do from a construction point of view than the other. So there's this great beach here. So when Nephi says, I know you know Moses crossed, it's because there was a column here that says Moses was here, and they probably explored that beach. Bolivia would be part of the Amazon rivers up into the highlands. Uru, Guaru, all markers of we were here. Guarani, Quechua, all the same fundamental language. Earthworks. Where did Nephi land? I'm going to say right there. Diamonds. Oh, look. Lots of diamonds. Yeah, this area also has a tremendous amount of tin, which I don't think I have a map for. So do you see, triangulation is not me imposing my story, but me coming up with a conjecture, coming up with a thought experiment, and my beginnings was not married to my mission, but married to the language. This was why I said this is where I will start. That dark area seemed to be the beginning. If you follow the rivers, this would be the peoples of Nephi. This one or this one is the Zoramites, which would be the Santorum Island. It's probably this one based on geography. These would be the original peoples of Laman and Lemuel. This group became known as Tupinambra. So Tupi is tied to a word for Nephi, who was the one that built the temple. Nambra could mean friend, Zoram. You've got this river system. He's the master of trade. They go out and create this island. The Olmecs are possibly going from Africa to Mesoamerica, possibly bullying the locals. They seem to disappear 500 BC, which gives you a timeline. Within 100 years after Nephi got here, they got up into the Caribbean. The Topinambra seemed to island hop and kind of own the entire shorelines. Because if you're really good at seagoing, you want to get new customers, new vendors to be part of your system. That makes sense. So we got earthworks. We've got crop diversity. These trees are not random. We got Terra Preta. Oh, look. So Porto Viejo is a key marker there. So now we got Guarana. So whatever Gua is, so we got Guarani here. Guarana means Jehovah provides. So one of the other markers is this Madeira River was called Cayenne in the old maps, and there's a place up here called Cayenne. Oh, Waters of Mormon. Really hard. So then you can look at an old map of Peru, for example. So this is just the foundation. What I would like to do is take every one of these markers, put a latitude, longitude, what it was, possible translations, and then it's just let a computer work. So here's Arica, which is an old ancient name. If I put a T after that, that would be in Egyptian Arikat, which means the place of the workers of the great works. What are the great works? Titicaca. They went to Easter Island and built a big wall there and built the statues. The gates of the gods of the sun up here is nearby. So were these the designers, the planners? Arequipa could be, so this is Are Quapa, could be Arequipa, which would literally mean the keepers or workers of the other, key meaning other in Egyptian, not Hebrew. Hebrew key means something else. And then Pa meaning brick or clay. And for me, most of the clay would not be brick. It would be pots. Guanares. Oh, so Oman Minerals. So this is some document I found on the web where the government released its resources. Where's iron? There and there. What did they call this today? So there's Salala. They call this Dalkut. There's the two places you could have found iron. Do I care which one? Not really. Which of those two that he found iron doesn't benefit me in understanding what he did and how he did it? He built tools out of iron. Not just iron, but carbonized iron, which is steel. He used those tools to cut into trees, used those tools to create swords, to create plowshares, to build boats. The innovator of all innovation, my dissertation, I study innovation. This is the top innovator of all times. So any one of these maps have some use. So these are the mines, supposedly the slave mines of Timnia. And this map talks about Slaves Hill and how it was misunderstood, that the people in the fire that were melting and doing the molten work were the elite of the society, not the lowest class. It was always called by archaeologists Slave Hill. But they looked at the garbage, the desolation, the rubbish, the whatever, and the fish those people were eating and then throwing the bones away was coming all the way up from the Mediterranean. It was the better diet. And all the other workers had a lesser diet. So if Nephi or Lehi was one of these workers, maybe. Again, whether that's true or not doesn't matter to me. But what that does is it establishes that possible reading of when Lehi gets thrown in bed that he had an on-the-job work accident in a fire. And he almost died, and it made him rethink some things. So this isn't the full file. This is an early file, but it's missing the wells of the first encampment where Lehi, lived in a tent. But this was an older file. The GitHub has a myplaces.kmz file. A KMZ file is the zip file that puts these extra elements into it. So since I'm on a marathon, let's just open this guy so I can overlay this guy on a map. So this was a research article where people were trying to cluster and understand the quality of well water right where Nephi set up his tent. Well 23 is likely where he set his tent. It's up off the shoreline so people can't see you. It's a few days journey from this location where people would know who you are. It's right next to a wadi, so when you begin your journey you probably have to cross a wadi. The daughters of Zion have to lift their skirts and cross the rivers. Great are the words of Isaiah. This is not a comprehensive list, but these colors tell you what the mineral composition of the land was and kind of how it changes. Obviously sand, silica, different geological things, which was giving limestone, giving Nephi an education about mineralogy on his crossing. So then I can take this map and overlay it in Google Earth. And I guess I gotta find that file after all. So I already had like a ×9 factor or ×10 factor on what Nephi did, and just talking through it on this video has made me add a few more. So this one is a KMZ file, and it has all sorts of these maps that I can turn one on or off, so they're all loading. So with them all on, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because you've got me trying to manually orient all of these maps to piece together the story, and I can tell the story one step at a time. I'm trying to see where all of these are over here. Okay, I don't see them all. All of these are new markers that I've recently added. So it's hard to turn them on and off if you can't find them over here. So this is the Arabian map I used. You know, my ideas have updated, but obviously I put markers for the iron ore from that one other data point. This is probably that 19 degrees south of turning. This is Tama, where they probably brought in water. This entire land is the land of Kedar, the land of Ishmael. And so it was probably a mission experience where Joseph was fulfilling his calling to teach the firstborn of Abraham about his understanding of God. So you can look at where the Moses crossing probably was. The alternative is it was down here. It doesn't matter. If it was down here, it's exactly 28 degrees latitude. If it was up here, exactly 29 degrees latitude. So you have to know where Petra is, which would have been influential. There was an ancient bloomery found here in 900 BC about the in the Jordan, which is where Lehi's family had property, and they were making steel there, 900 BC, archaeological evidence. Timnah Valley is where they had the tin, which was important. But now, this Timnah Valley may have been this Titicaca. Do you see the T? This may have been the Clay Valley. So I don't fully understand the geopolymer, that it might be accelerated if you heat, have warm water. So if you have a way to boil water and mix it when you make the clay to engage that geopolymer chemical reaction. Jabal Laz, whatever. There's a place that the Arabs call here in this part of Jordan. Is this Jordan or Saudi Arabia? I don't know where the border is. It's up there somewhere. It's interesting that it's right along the border. So I think the if this is that well, this is where they're living in a tent. When Nephi says, I go up to a high mountain, it's right there. And if you look from Jerusalem, you see a mountain right here that's a marker right before you enter into that narrow neck of land where Petra is. Now think about the story of... so it makes sense that Eliat and Aqaba would be like a public place. You'd want to leave that by just a few days, be near fresh water before you embark on your journey. Your wife is pregnant. She doesn't want to leave, so this Liahona shows up, basically say, okay, we need to go. They don't travel very far to get to the Mount of Olives, or the Mount of Almonds. So I can turn them all off. I thought I just turned them. Oh, this might be temporary. Okay. There it is. So the location of the Temple of Nephi is literally called Uru Eu Wau Wau, which is Egyptian, if you read Egyptian, that literally says, holiness, holiness to the Lord. I just found out that A2B means what it means. I'm looking for... let's turn all this off. So my map that I used for a foundation was Eliat. It was called Arabia 1813, and it clearly distinguishes Eliat from Aqaba. There was some finger thing going on. It's been lost. It could be the raising or the following of the water levels. Certainly it has Mecca, Medina. It's going to have Nahum. But see, I lose the resolution because I embedded a smaller version of the map from Ramses, where I could have embedded a larger version. And some of what I'm talking about was just today my discovery. So I think Salalah was a visible city, city of peace. Kori Kori would have been kind of the fortress to protect against the bad guys coming out of Nahum. Aden being notorious for the bad guys. This location in modern day is right along the border of two nations. And I think that's an interesting marker that Jehovah has left when we're trying to understand some of these things. The split rock of Moses, the caves of Jethro, all of that's mythology there. You know, I can look at the earth mounds and the earthworks of North America, South America. And I'm looking for the Wells map, but I'm still not finding it. I hope I didn't lose anything. How about this map? I broke Google. Surprise, surprise. Oh, so this file is looking at the so-called 7 cities of Asia. There's at least 10 there. Their fixation on the number 7. Oh, Fort Ancient. There's this place in near Cincinnati where Newport aquarium is. That's really interesting thing. So you're going to notice how my brain works. Some of that seems unrelated to you. I see those markers and I'm like, oh yeah. The cloud forest is an interesting find. Oh, that's why. I'm getting some air. Okay. So to arrive where I arrive, you have to read a lot and piece a lot together. So you're going to just look at all sorts of these seemingly unrelated things that lead to a picture. If my goal was to prove this to you, I would then somehow organize this. That's not who I am. That's not my goal. My goal is to work out the problem. Some of you are much better at organization, can build upon some of the information, who's the Queen of Heaven, widow sexuality. It's, like you read this, you're like, how is this interrelating? I let my brain take me where it's going to take me. I'm not trying to bind myself by the systematic structures of how we're supposed to identify and learn things based on the constructs we've been raised in the traditions of our fathers. Come on. I'm trying to show the wells. That's all what this is about. But do you see how complicated this is? Part of it would be nice if I could put this in a relational system. When I did all the solar lunar eclipses across the world, I did do that, but I have to then map it back into this Google Earth tree structure, and then you have to find the tree element. And if anything, this demonstrates this is who I am, both my strengths and my weaknesses. I'm not going to waste my life doing what I would consider to be unnecessary organization. So we got the Waters of Mormon. That one's a useful one. How about modern water? That might be the one. There it is. So I find a research article, it has a map. I have to then orient the map, try to skew it so that it seems to fit on Google Earth, and then I get a pretty good approximation to where the wells were. This research article was not comprehensive, which means they probably contacted all the people that had wells in the area that they could find, and these people were willing to allow them to take a sample of the well and then give them a free report, so there might have been some that were not there. This is the crossing Nueva, this big beach. And Chadwick does a pretty good job with his geography. There's a good layman guy that worked for Saudi oil and spent his whole life in Arabia that did a really nice job of trying to figure it out. And I honor both of them. I honor the academic that tries to do a solid job, and I also honor the amateur that when I watch his videos and understand what he learned, I'm like, yeah, he's onto something. So he came up with the idea of shore, but he interpreted it in Arabic to mean the borders. Joseph is a fruitful bough whose branches run over the wall. It's not what it says. Joseph has sons that will have many children, and his daughters will go through the wall. This is the wall. The mountain of mountains in the wall is the holy mountain of almonds. They ambulated this mountain. Our prayers in the prayer circles would be stronger if we learned how to ambulate while we prayed. And I taught a data analytics class where we had this multivariate data, and we looked at the mineral contents, and we did all sorts of cluster analysis, but also what's called eigen analysis to say which mineral is the most important, which mineral is the least important based on the interconnectivity of all wells. And they didn't have any clue why. I don't know that they knew I was Mormon where I was teaching, but why I was so fixated on studying this data to the extreme. So the solution can be mapped out and it can later be organized and explained. And all I say is there's a reason this is a master class. My goal is to give you enough information to say, oh, I could run with that. Oh, look, ar, ak. You might be near Egypt if you say the same word twice. So I think I'll finish with that last place. So when I load this from the web, it's a lot slower than loading it from a website. The ability to search this PDF, obviously putting this data in relational data, that I could search off the keys or the values for all these dictionaries would benefit. And I'm capable of doing that. So maybe that's what my next step in this journey is. The purpose of this masterclass is to share what I've learned, and Titicaca is really coming together as a nice learning. And for those of you that follow the Circadia ideas that Sadhguru or someone from the Gangan subcontinent of India would say, is I started this video really, really early in the morning. And, it's at that time of Circadia in that thing. And doing the video, I enhanced my knowledge while speaking. So maybe that's one of the purposes here. But I think from a geographical Book of Mormon point of view, I'm kind of done. It's just a matter of articulating it to you. I'm not going to learn much new there. But I believe I will learn more if I take the time to cleanse the data, create relational data out of these dictionaries that will enable me to study and arrive more. And maybe next time I'll show how sometimes I'll create an idea, put it in a notebook on paper, and then later find that idea in the archaeological record, which to me is likely it's called the ring villages of the Tocantins in the archaeological record, which was likely the first city planning system that was defined by Nafi, the legend. Okay. So if I search for desire, and it's always easier to search backwards. So we got this ker, remember, kor could be that, so ker was part of that. But then we got keru, which is, means it's a person or a group. They're criminals, they're enemies. So this is the confusion, is you have all these symbols, different symbols with similar sounds, and you have to figure out what it means. Like this one means to pour out or to eject fluid. So I got two shapes and it looks like some sort of fluid leaving. This one is pronounced the same, has two of the same glyphs, but the third glyph seems to be a boat. Clearly a lion, but what does all that mean? So this is just the tip of the iceberg. Oh look, Mer is core. So Hebrew, it's mur. In Egyptian, it's kor. So it makes me wonder, the bitter word more, was that some morph of the M to the K sound in the de-evolution of the language? And the only way we would know is we need Isaiah. Like, I need Isaiah in his language, not this great Isaiah written years later. If I really wanted to unlock that, I would need that. So I was using this desire to look for desire squared, or twice desire. I think of it as desire squared. Merit would be desire, desire. Meri means to love. Ami, so Merika could mean Mekra could mean I love war, which is appropriate for our modern country that has hegemonic America, the lover of war. So we got this love thing going on with Mer. So Moroni probably has this love thing. So it seems like Mer means love or desire according to your wish, but mer is saying it twice, but in this case, it's not. This one is literally saying it twice. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. Desire, mer, love. Pehoran is in here, if you look hard enough. I'm not finding the double desire word. So the other thing about this dictionary is once you get caught up into the beginning, so let's close it. How about pleasure? Groves, orchards, pleasure, kinti, I think of kunta kente, shah, kinti shah, a large garden with a lake in it and many groves, trees, pleasure ground. Tata, kint, to enjoy oneself, to be happy, and we lived after a manner of happiness. Did he say kinti kinti? Was it happiness squared, or did he just say kinti kinti? Sexual pleasure. Nechem nechem. The word repeated twice. To be happy. Seems to have some sort of wife symbolism, some sort of phallus symbolism. Happy wife, happy life. Merket, the 4 overseers of the pleasure gardens. So this concept of a pleasure garden seems to be a nice place you can have a picnic and maybe engage in what we've Christianized as carnal, natural pleasure. But if you read some of the chronistas and some of these inspections, they're talking about these people running around naked, playing in the park, playing these games like the maypole game where they throw these little rings on this little pole and they dance and they're all naked, and the husband and wife sit on a blanket in the park with their kids and engage in sex. So that is the wickedness that got destroyed when 3rd Nephi happened? I doubt it, because they're still doing it. But it seems like that group of people that decided to be surgeons got plowed under. So it makes you rethink what you think you know sin is. Sin is twofold. It's very simple. Sin number one, to grind the face of the poor, to use your position and power to exploit the poor, to rob the poor, to take money from them, yada, yada, yada. Sin number two, to play God, the axe that boasts against him that wields it, the clay that tries to tell the potter how it was made. So the two great sins: don't play God, don't steal from the poor. Ariket, the keeper of sacrifice. Arihest, the keeper of something. Ari is like the person that does it. Arine, one of the names of Nephi, the protector. Arisem, the one to say your name. Sem means name. Sa means son. It means Sasha. There's some other meanings. Arika, is that Arika? See, that's hard to say. Is that Arika? But there's clearly one. It's Arikat. The doer of the splendid works and the lord of the two lands, the royal clerk of the works, aka Joseph of Egypt. So Ari has this doer element to it, the person that does. Who's the greatest doer of all time in the history of the world? The legend of Nephi. So Aru would be the worker because it ends with an U. Arit would be a worker that's a woman because it ends in a T. Ariu might be men forced to work. Interesting. So do you see the difference in the symbols? The difference I see is you're bowing to a master here. And that could be incorrect. But again, I'm doing this from a grounded theory. So it seems like that nech would be pleasure squared. So we got a phallus going into a hole, some sort of pleasure there. And nech, to be happy. So this is some sort of symbol of a woman or a collection, a string of women. But the whole point that started me on that, so, divine midwife. Nechem, eat. So we got this double pleasure, and it's a woman. So a double pleasure, or pleasure squared in my estimation, and a woman. Whereas nechem just means a sweet, pleasant. So this might be that proverb, a virtuous woman is more valuable than a ruby. And the flip side of that is, it is better to be alone in the wilderness than to be with an angry, contentious woman. So look at this one. Nechem, eat, which seems to be the same word as we just saw, but this time it has either 4 women or 4 harems of women, with 3 women each, and a phallus. So man is got his sexual satiation fulfilled. Egyptian language and the double or compound importance. Titicaca. Fundamental theorem would be those language markers can be found across all peoples. You ask what we would call a Native American, Ancient American tribe, what is your name? You find out what their name is. If their name says we the people, likely a connection to the society that builded Nephi. Not all Native Indian, you got to understand, you always get flipped over because you grew up saying Native Americans. The Sahapatin weren't native. Certainly many of them were. They were literally called by the other neighbors the foreigners. They seemed to have some tie to the Lakota people. And when I went through all of those pages, I actually wanted to go through a tribe like the Blackfeet or whatever that called, what did they call themselves? And I had it on a Wikipedia page earlier, yesterday or today, and they didn't call themselves we the people. They had a different name for themselves. They didn't associate it with this concept of people. And I think people is tied to this concept of bountiful. We collectively are the people. We share in a morality, in a society, in a way of life that honors and respects the freedom of others. And that was the great mystery of Korihor, Korikor, because he's like, I choose not to worship any god. And Alma didn't know what to do with him, but technically under the law of bountiful, he had the right to do just that. And then later he gets trampled and killed. But he's like that American that goes and burns the American flag to prove a point. I have the right to do this. Maybe I don't like that he's doing it, but if I believe in the principle of bountiful, then he does. Did I find Kori in the... I don't think I did. I guess we got one more. Shout out to Big Judah and that other guy that is an offshoot of Big Judah. My friends that have these 5-hour long YouTube videos. It's not Big Judah, it's the other guy. I can't remember his name. He goes for 5 hours. I've gone for 5 hours. I'm hanging with the big boys now. Let's look for Keri. Why am I looking for Keri if I'm looking for Kori? Read the introduction. What was the pronunciation guide? Keri Heb. A priest in charge of an offering. So Kori might have been a priest. An offering. 4 parts of an offering. Kerita. Kershari, a manservant. Interesting. We just talked about a servant of the Lord being Joshua. Oh, I have to say that. Kerti is a mason. Mason in Hebrew isn't a mason. He's a koresh. A mason in the Hebrew was the guy that created the sharp instruments, the metal works, that allowed masonry, which we call masonry, to happen. So what would bountiful be in Kori? So now imagine you have the Korihor story and bountiful was spelled out as something like Korihor, and you have Oliver or someone sitting down and saying, Joe, and obviously first and second Nephi probably was Oliver. Joseph, that can't be right. One of the 10 one of the 36 decans, very interesting. Decans are the 10-day periods of ancient Egypt. Look at your hands, 10 days. I wonder which decan that is and what that significance was. Looks like all the decans have that name. I'm seeing Herman there, or Hermano. So a lot of people think the Hebrew and all of this we have is a history, a mythology of what transpired. Very possible. Oh, 7, tied to the underworld. Doesn't surprise me. It's very possible. Oh, Masters of Time. 7 sacred cows. The Palladians. That the writings on the walls of the temples of Egypt were not a history, but a prophecy. So I sometimes think about Joseph of Egypt calling up his dad and say, "Hey, Dad, look at this story. The story of Seti. You remember that time you wrestled with Jehovah? Look, the Egyptians knew it was going to happen, and they wrote it on the walls right there. There's your story, Dad." It gives a very different perspective on the potential implications of what we even think Egyptian is. Some of it could have been a written part of their history, but some of it could have been a prophecy. I am Amulek, the descendant of Aminadi. Aminadi means my beloved people. Somehow over time became a person's name. E means belonging to, so belonging to my beloved people, who was a descendant of Nephi, who interpreted the writings on the temple. And I wonder what that was, because, Oliver and Joseph would have probably made some connection to Daniel when they're anglicizing it in the scribal process. And it would have been really nice to say what was actually said. And maybe that's what was said. Keri keri, kori kori is the scrotum, the train of the temple. Abreshet can't be, but train is clearly meaning his testicles are filling the room. Under the seal, kind of the palace seal, that would align with the concept of a bountiful. Keri kind of means the underworld, and the opposite would be the upper world. So Keri Eri would be above and below, which from a socioeconomic point of view could mean everyone's the same. There is no lower and upper class. There's a single class system. Marxism, how dare you? I'm just seeing the words uppermost, bountiful, and that seems like a reasonable interpretation. If it doesn't fit in your worldview, c'est la vie. So there's a big part about it being the preposition under. Keri. Keria is the assistant, the person under another person, the mate of a captain. So it could mean under the law of equality. Kereu is the terrestrial. That's interesting. So it seems like Keru means lower and Keni may mean upper. So I'm still trying to distinguish the difference between the R and the N because it's so prevalent in ancient America. So under, subservient, the lower. So this could be a reference to the first is last, last is first kind of idea of bountiful. The greatest among you will be your servants. Nephi was the great servant. So the idea of bountiful might be a government belief of servant. So you're going to notice 69 is a lot, but there's others that are even more. So kerit ends with a T, should be female, but maybe eat doesn't always mean female. A cow being sacrificed. So keri has a lot of negative connotation here. Death. Kinti keri. Another one of the decans. So it sounds like keri is tied to all of the decans. I don't know if all, but ma'atiu, ma'at, you see it twice. Keru iu twice. The gods who possess truth. Truth in Hebrew is EMT, Aleph, Ma'im, Ta. Mati is the boat of truth. And then it's talking about the Tuat, the Duat. The great god Ptah, under his olive tree. Utah, Ptah, who knows what that is. Osiris in the lower Sa, Osiris in the upper Sa. So you see keri, this is the keri. Something about lower and upper. A government, lower and upper. Freedom, equality. A kind of balsam tree, the white manna tree, makes me think of frankincense. You're cutting a tree into a tree. Ama, Ima, Mormona. There was one more definition that had something to do with possession of land that I'm not finding. So maybe let me search for possession. So I always go up to start at the end because it helps me skip the introduction part. But see, the thing is it's finishing its search, so I might have missed some in the process. Oh, there it is. Aker. Number 8. Akera. America. Akera. America. So by the time I got my search, it added more results. I have to go back, I think. There it is. Keru, property. Keri would be belongings, like it belongs to me. Kerit. Goods, objects, possessions, properties, wants, needs, desires, share, portion, that which belongs to someone, events, circumstances, married, everybody's business or affairs, the affairs of the gods. Keri. So it's got this concept of both under and over, something about possessions, something about portion, sharing. Now, I don't know how they take these symbols and they come up with all these words. I'm just assuming this is the earliest edition of this. So I had that before under the seal. So kind of going full circle, I watched this video by Center Thing about Moses, and he's making this etiological argument. That's not what was going on. They were establishing the rules of their government. And it seems like the rules of the government is keri keri, that somehow is America. Aminadi. My, ami keri keri. My seal about the affairs of everybody's day and business, about there being no upper and lower class. Now, this goes back to the concept of Ariana, the keepers of the word of Jehovah, or that Jehovah provided, the servants, the stewards, because some of the archaeological record shows that the taller people seem to have better diets, ate better food, were healthier. Was that because there was a disequity in the socioeconomic class? Was that the intention of Nephi? It seems to me like America is somehow tied to this idea of keri keri. Property, substance, nature, destined, things required for your daily needs, things which concern someone. Oh, what does that remind you of? And they called their people Zion, because they were of one heart and of one mind, and there were no poor among them. I will take you to a land of milk and honey, which should have been... No, that part I think's right. Where one can procure wine and cheese without money. Moses 7:18 was likely the component of the book of Lehi. And so at some point they likely had a serious conversation of how are we going to build a new society. And the answer was America. Somehow America means that. It doesn't mean Americo Vespucci got on a boat and went into the middle of the Amazon and his 200 men went up against 2,000 Indians and only one guy got shot in the arrow. Yet that's called fiction. It's very unlikely that Americo ever even got on a boat. America. So I've been working a long time on that. America means Ami Mekra, I love war, is very appropriate because this America loves war. Oh look, Rib, the fool, Carib, the Caribbeans, those that lust, the Carib and the Tainos, which become the major groups called the Arawaks and the Caribs. Use whatever label you want. They were called Lamanites based on the foundations of that people. But in general, there were people that believed in America and people that lusted after things. Carib is a good word for those that lusted after things. Sadly, we have branded our country as America, which means we love war. That's not the true America. The true America somehow is tied to this bountiful word. So you'll notice I'm going down a completely different method to look at different words tied to the word possession, ownership. So there it is. So the prayer circles work. The leadership of the modern church, they're getting messages from heaven, but they can't leave their construct. So if you review a recent set of conference talks, more than one person says the bond and the free, the rich and the poor, the people with mansions and dirt floors. Nephi's rolling his grave. He's like, why are you saying you're part of a church of God and you have such an inequity of financial resources within your church? People need to learn to be independent and work for themselves and not take a handout or the dole. People don't want to take a handout or a dole. Everyone wants to work. But guess what Nephi did? He showed up. He says, here's a gift. Here's a handout and a dole. Let me teach you how you can improve your productivity on your land and grow food. Oh, by the way, God sent me. He loves you. Notice I saved them terrestrially first. Saving them celestial is easy. I had this conversation with some friends in the year 2000. This isn't hard. Meti, to occupy. Mek, to take power from. That's where Mekra war would come from. So Mekra is in here. Okay, so that's obviously still a to-do, is to figure out actually America. But I'm getting closer. Kori, me, my. It's like him saying, my. All that I have is yours. I think that's what Nephi is saying. So think about Arikat. I'm the great builder. It's yours. Mine is yours. I think that's what he's saying in America. But he's saying it in a very concrete way. And we're trying to put a abstraction to the concrete. Me, my, aker, possessions. Ka, America, ku, are yours. So, are yours, I would think. So, Ameriki would be my possessions belong to you. Possibly. Ami. I think that's what he's saying. Because you got to understand, when he's talking to people of other places, language is going to be very hard, so he has to make it as simple as possible. So he gives them something. He notices, he gives them the sword. You want a sword? Here's a sword. You want to... He's demonstrating the opposite of what everyone else does that comes to the village with the sword and the bow and arrow to steal girls and steal their food and run off. My things are yours, America. And they called their people Zion. Okay, I think that's as far as I'm going to get today. So, let's just make a note. We're looking for the word America. Could be Ami, my, Aker, possessions. It would just be E there, and it's a different E, belongs to, it's not E water. And then we have Mekra, which is a version of that, is I love war. So my current thinking is Keri might be, so if I were to trust, it would be Keri Heri, but that Heri is a sound. You know, I'm anchoring this to Korahor. This means above, below, equality of classes. What is mine is yours. No poor among you. So for those of you that think this study is incidental, I don't think so. Are we not trying to understand what Jerusalem, what Zion, what building Zion means? So if you want to build an institution, your primary objective should be Koriko. Or said another way, should be America. There is no distinction in ownership of property. Did Joseph Smith ever try to teach this? Of course he did. He called it the United Order. So what that means is we have the word bountiful. Maybe he was given this Korikori and it got taken out because we didn't want to connect it to Korihor, because they wanted to have some simple explanation of that Korihor was a bad god. Or maybe he was asked to remove it and just include bountiful. We're playing Blue's Clues. God made this all happen. He's on the throne, so if he wanted this clue to be framed in this form, who am I to judge him? It's fine. This is the nature of God. We are the clay. Yael, Father in heaven, you are the potter, patre y matre. I am merely the clay, so move me as you may. America. Thank you again. Shalom. I am Monty from Montana. My spiritual name, as I fully currently understand it, is Nephi John. This is a masterclass in the legend that is Nephi. Titicaca.